That's good. Good. Good.
You're live.
Good. 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 Good.
On Zoom,
Good.
still unmuted.
Good.
Was even you.
Yeah. And that one's good. Wireless mics are on. Good. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a little past 10:30 in the morning, so we're gonna reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. And we can ask our Madam Clerk to call the roll, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And we want to go to Maria Avila to do the announcement for our Spanish interpretation this morning.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María. Estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Thank you very much. And to start this morning, we will be having a special ceremony celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander History Month. And I've asked our friend and community leader, Marge Rocamora of the Filipino community of Salinas Valley, if he could come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. If you could all rise, please, and join us in the pledge. Yes, you will come to the front and you will lead us off. Mr. Rocamora, we have the flag here.
All right. Face flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You all may be seated. Thank you, Mr. Rocamora, for your leadership and for leading us in the pledge. This is our first meeting in this Monterey, this remodeled Monterey room. We will be here having our Board of Supervisors meeting until August because our current Supervisors Chamber is being remodeled. So we appreciate your patience. I know this is a lot, what was the term? A lot more cozy, but we ask for your patience utilizing this space. So we will now go to additions or corrections by the clerk.
There is one addition, and that is to add an adjournment in memory of Joe Cap.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will go to ceremonial resolutions. These are items 2 through 7 this morning, and we will have several presentations. If we have any questions by the supervisor, otherwise we're going to entertain a motion.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Moved by Lopez, seconded by Askew. Are there any public comments on any of the resolutions that we will be presenting in just a bit? Seeing none, okay, we'll, if all those in favor, if you could please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And to start us off, we are very honored to have a special presentation to honor Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And it's also a special, we'll also be taking up a resolution that also makes a historic apology for past actions, past wrongs taken against the Filipino American community in Monterey County. So to lead us off, we are very honored here to have a presentation by the Tobera Project based in Watsonville. But I want to invite up my former colleague from the Watsonville City Council and a longtime Hartnell College educator, mentor to many young people here in the Salinas Valley, Manuel Bersamin. If we could give him a big round of applause, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you for the invitation. Well, the Filipino community came here after being contracted by contractors in the Philippines to come and harvest the crops here. They followed the Chinese laborers, they followed the Japanese laborers, and then the Filipino laborers came. But they had a very difficult time here. And I wanted to read some words from an expert on migratory labor during the Great Depression, and that was John Steinbeck. As in the case of the Mexicans, the Japanese, and the Chinese, the Filipinos have been subjected to racial discrimination. They are unique in California agriculture, being young, male, and single. They form themselves into natural groups of 5, 6, 8, 10, and they combine their resources in the purchase of equipment such as automobiles. Their group life constitutes a lesson in economy. They were good workers, but like the earlier immigrants, they committed the unforgivable in trying to organize for their own protection. Their organization brought on the usual terrorism. A fine example of this was a vigilante raid in the Salinas Valley last year, 1938. When a bunkhouse was burned down and all the possessions of the Filipinos destroyed. In this case, the owner of the bunkhouse collected indemnity for the loss of his property. Although the Filipinos brought suit, no settlement was made for them. This was a a group of young men that came here to work the fields that our county is known for. They had been educated by American educators since the conquest of the Philippines by the US in 1898. So they believed in freedom, they believed in the Constitution, only to find discrimination here. So they were subjected to violence. But the wonderful thing is, they did not grow bitter. They raised families here. They were able to make a life here. And I think the best example of what they were able to do is when World War II called them, they volunteered by the thousands to work and to fight in World War II and in Korea. And then they had families that produced people like myself who had the chance to go to Stanford, and people like my cousin who had the chance to go to Vassar and Santa Clara Law School. And she's been working for this county for 30 years. So I want to thank the board for this wonderful resolution and for this apology to a wonderful community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bersamin. And I think we have a short video to play as well. I think that our staff teed up. And then we'll make the presentations of the resolutions.
Because of you, there's a joy in living. Because of you, life is heavenly. I never lived before, never felt a single thrill before. My heart stood still before. Darling, I'm in ecstasy because of you. Love is sweet and tender, and this my love I will offer you. If you will care for me, all things to you I'll leave. My heart is ever true because of you. Dahil sa'yo, nais kong mabuhay. Dahil sa'yo, hanggang mamatay. Dapat mong tantuin, wala nang ibang hiling. Puso ko'y tanungin, ikaw at ikaw rin. Dahil sa'yo, ako'y lumigaya. Pagmamahal ay alayan ka. Kung tunay man ako, ay alipinin mo. Ang lahat ng ito'y dahil sa'yo.
This is our first time doing these presentations in this smaller room here. But everyone, thank you, Bersamin. This group that he's part of is called the Fermin Tobera Project. And this was a young man who was killed in 1930, right on the border of Monterey and Santa Cruz County at what is now the Murphy Crossing labor camp. There was a very tragic chapter in our local history where there was a lot of anti-Filipino sentiment that culminated in actual riots against that community, against mobs going and attacking, going into people's homes, businesses, and even shooting into this labor camp, killing this young man. And there's a remarkable presentation that I've seen by the Tubera Project that even shows the aftermath, how his body was sent back to the Philippines and he became a martyr where hundreds of thousands of Filipinos came out. And it was symbolic of the treatment of Filipinos in our nation at that time. As a former state assembly member, I authored a resolution back in 2011 that made the official apology by the state of California to the Filipino community for what occurred in the 1920s and the 1930s, because there was a lot of official actions that contributed, that laws that were enacted to make the lives and civil liberties of Filipinos that violated those rights, including anti-miscegenation laws, where Filipinos couldn't marry somebody who was not Filipino. And these were many single men who came here to work locally and throughout the state of California. So I always say it's never too late to do what is right. And we also remember our history, because it's not only, as Dr. King would say, we will not remember the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. It was also the omissions and the actions that we didn't take at this time. So we wanted to share this history and in the words of Mr. Bersamin to hopefully keep this history alive. And we have numerous local Asian American organizations that do a really remarkable job to share this history, both the beautiful and the wonderful things that happen here locally, but also those more difficult chapters that should not be hidden away. They should be told and shared so that future generations can learn from them, and so we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. So today I wanted to invite not only the representatives of the Tubera Project, Mr. Bersamin and his colleagues, but also ask Mars Rocco Mora, of the president of the Filipino community of Salinas Valley, and also Larry Hirahara, and I think Herb Wong is here also from the Asian Cultural Experience, ACE, which just had its 14th annual Asian Festival here in Chinatown in Salinas. So if we give them a round of applause and invite them to come all up to be recognized. We got to kind of stand in this side to kind of get the county logo right in the middle. So I'll before I present these resolutions, and we could all just stand up here. This resolution recognizes May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Monterey County, and apologizes for the past actions taken against the Filipino American community in Monterey County. I will not read this whole thing, but I just want to read some parts of this. It says the month of May was chosen as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese to the United States on May 7th, 1843. Asian American and Pacific Islanders have made indelible contributions to the history of California and the United States that include, but not limited to, building the transcontinental railroad, serving honorably in the armed forces, fighting for the United States in foreign wars, co-organizing the Delano grape strike, and advocating for civil rights. Asian American Pacific Islanders continue to cultivate, advance, and lead in the fields of art, fashion, business, technology, education, science, government, law, humanities, medicine, sports, and entertainment, to name just a few. California today is home to over 6,300,000 Asian and Pacific Islander Americans, more than any other state. And there are over 25,000 Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders who live in Monterey County. Now, Asian American Pacific Islanders have also endured hardships, including unjust working conditions, prejudice, and discrimination, some of the darkest times in our state and nation's history, including the Chinese Exclusion Act, naturalized citizenship ineligibility, the alien land law, anti-miscegenation laws, and the Japanese American internment, which we apologized 5 years ago in our board chambers because the rodeo grounds were once an internment camp before many of our local brothers and sisters were sent to Boston, Arizona. On July 19th, 1930, the most explosive anti-Filipino riot occurred in Watsonville, where Filipinos were relentlessly harassed, and a riot culminated in the killing of 22-year-old Fermin Tubera at Murphy's Crossings labor camp. Anti-Filipino riots quickly spread throughout California, including Stockton, San Francisco, San Jose, and also Salinas. One of those being on September 22nd, 1934. The North Monterey County Chamber of Commerce adopted an anti-Filipino resolution proclaiming that Filipinos were undesirable, depressed the wage scales of other nationalities, possessed unhealthy habits, and brought disease. The resolution was written by a local judge, Daniel W. Rohrbach of Pajaro, and it was introduced on December 6, 1929, and was passed on January 8, 1930, with copies sent to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. On January 24th, 1930, the Monterey Peninsula Herald had a front page editorial that decried the anti-Filipino violence and lawlessness, and called Judge Rohrbach's resolution as, quote unquote, the matter that seemed most to encourage lawless and vindictive in taking open mob action. So today, it is my honor to that the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of our county and residents thereof, declares May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Monterey County, which provides our residents with an opportunity to recognize, celebrate the achievements, contributions, cultures, and rich history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in our county and beyond. But be it further resolved, though, that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our county and residents, also formally apologize for all past actions taken against Filipino Americans of Monterey County by the county's residents and officials, particularly in the 1920s and 1930s. And also be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors commends the Tobera Project for teaching all aspects of history of local Filipino American communities for our communities to learn and never forget. And also the Filipino community, Salinas Valley, for bringing the Filipino American community together throughout numerous events and activities throughout the year, and the Asian Cultural Experience, ACE, for conducting the 14th Annual Asian Festival in Salinas' Chinatown to share and celebrate Asian American history and cultures of Monterey County. If we could give them all a big round of applause as well. And if you want to share some words, we'll start right here.
First of all, I'm Marzar Kumar, president of the Filipino community here in Salinas. I took over 4 years ago. I want to recognize Jason Akpoa. He's one of my board members, but he's also the current president of the Filipino American National Historical Society. He's the younger generation, and I appreciate him taking over the lead. I brought him onto my board because the history needs to be carried on, and that's his major, is ethnic studies. And I'm happy to have him along with us. Speaking about the Delano grape strike, what Supervisor Alejo talked about, my father met my mom in Delano. He was part of the grape strike. And there's untold history. It's not only Cesar Chavez that started it. The main person who started the grape strike was Larry Iliang. And it's not being told. My father told me before he died about this story because he was there. And I asked him, why didn't you ever tell me? Because you never asked. Yeah, because I never knew. I was only taught about Cesar Chavez in school. I never knew the Filipinos were involved. So that's one thing that I'd like to see taught in school. And I know Assemblyman now our Attorney General Rob Banta passed the AB 123 for the Filipinos' involvement in the grape strike. But it needs to be told that the Filipinos were the ones that were on that grape strike in 1965. They were on the line, and they asked Cesar Chavez to come out, and he said he was not ready, but it's not being told. And my dad told me the whole story, and then I'm hearing it from other people. But thank you. Thank you for honoring us.
All right, we pass the mic.
Thank you very much. I'm with, my name's Larry Hirohara with Asian Cultural Experience. We're a unique collaboration of Chinese, Japanese, and Filipinos trying to preserve and preserve the culture and history of Salinas, Chinatown, where these ethnic groups had their beginning. So we appreciate this recognition by the Board of Supervisors, and we're an exclusive group, so we're very fortunate to have this opportunity. And also like to say that within this mission and goal of preserving the history and culture of Chinatown, it is essentially an immigrant story which continues today. So thank you very much.
Well, I just would like to say that we Asian Americans are very proud of the Asian American contribution to Monterey County agriculture and the $23 billion annual profit that comes from the work of our ancestors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And any of our colleagues want to make any comments? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Ben. And want to ask our deputy county counsel if she wanted to make any comments as one of our esteemed members of our county family. She was kind of shy coming because I know she's working, but wanted to make sure that you're recognized. If you want to share any words, we'd love to have you be recognized as part of this history.
Thank you very much for having this event today. And thank you to my cousin, who is a very good public speaker. Unfortunately, it doesn't run in the family. I get very nervous, believe it or not. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any of our colleagues would like to make any comments? Chris? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Getting our new system here.
Yeah.
Kind of working, but yeah, I just want to thank the Filipino community for all that it's contributed to Monterey County over the years. It's substantial, economically, culturally. You're one of the essential fabrics to this country, and it's highly unfortunate of the past, but I hope this is a step in rectifying that, and we can move forward, and as all who enjoy the ideals of this country, which are not always met. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just want to thank every one of the awardees for coming today, for sharing your stories, for sharing your history. I think it's so critical that we tell our family stories and that we tell our community stories. For so many of us, we feel like it's irrelevant, right? And then you get a generation away and you think, wow, that really was a turning point in history for someone, for our community. And now you go back trying to trace the facts to put that together, and it's hard. But I want to appreciate, Mars, you bringing your story today and bringing the younger gentleman who's a historian for the community to join us to start really collecting those stories. Because as we move forward, that's what future generations are going to look back on. They're going to wonder what was happening during this period in Salinas. Where was my community? So as we collect those, archive them, and put them together in a way, especially now with technology, that easy access, it's going to help our future generations understand who we were, what we stood for, and the values that we carry. And with that, I want to thank our chair for bringing forward this resolution today with the significant apology, which is necessary in order for us to set the record straight about where we stand today as a county, unified in appreciation of the culture and the contributions that every one of your communities plays a big part of here in Monterey County. So thank you for being here with us today, sharing your stories, and please continue to share them, archive them, and let us know how we can be supportive in making sure that those get enshrined in a way where they're always accessible for future generations.
Thank you very much. Any of our other colleagues?
Just want to say I've lived here for a very long time, since the 60s. And I've always felt that the Filipino community in our area and over on the Monterey Peninsula where I live has provided just some unique services. to many of the residents of Monterey County, but particularly in healthcare, that has been a real lifesaver for so many people, allowing people to stay in their homes. But more than anything else, I always felt that the Filipino community was like the critical sauce to the stew that we are as a very diverse community. And I just appreciate your being here very much. And it's an honor to be able to provide some sort of recognition to you for the many things that you've contributed to our county.
Thank you very much. Supervisor
Yep.
Askew.
And again, I echo the comments of my colleagues. And I just had an opportunity yesterday to spend some time on the DeBera Project website. And for anyone who's watching who wants to learn more, there are some phenomenal photographs or phenomenal stories. I have a little one at home in 5th grade, and we spend a lot of time talking about the things that he's not hearing at school and in the formal education system. And I really appreciate having tools as a parent to be able to then share stories with him. So the DeBera Project, really incredible work, a number of community partners who are funding that, but to everyone who's sharing their stories, who's documenting the pictures and the stories, it's how we learn and grow. And if we're not able and willing to have, be faced with the wrongs of our past, we are doomed to repeat those same stories in the future. So thank you for being a part of sharing, educating, giving me the tools as a parent to educate my child and his friends. For anyone who's watching the DeBera Project, I think it's teberaproject.com that has a great resource explaining the Filipino American history here on the Monterey Bay region. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And just in honor of Mauro Kimura's dad, we want to make clear for the record here that it was on September 8, 1965 that the Delano Grape Strike was organized by the Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee, a predominantly Filipino labor organization. And it was, and 1 week later, the predominantly Mexican National Farm Workers Association joined them in that Delano Grape Strike. And in August 1966, the following year, that's when both unions merged together to form the United Farm Workers Union today. So it did start with the Filipino American community. We want to make sure that that record is clear as part of this celebration today. So thank you very much for being with us. Let's give them a last round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have some other resolutions, so we'll now go to my colleague, Supervisor Mary Adams, who will present a resolution to Gateway Center for Monterey County on its 60th anniversary.
Is Mr. Ferrieri here today from Gateway? Well, I will present this then to myself.
Unless you want to wait, go through the others. I don't know if he's on his way.
Whether he was on his way or not.
Okay.
But why don't we go ahead and I'll take this one at the end.
Perfect. And then we'll go to, let's see here. Let's go to Supervisor Askew for a recognition of the Village Project Incorporated's 15th anniversary.
Thank you. I'm pleased to welcome and honor my friends Regina and Mel Mason here today and you guys can stand right here next to me and we'll look at the screen here. I think there's cameras all over. I can't quite figure out where they're all at, but we're recognizing and honoring the Village Project and Regina and Mel on the 15th anniversary celebration of the Village Project. And I do think it's important. We've got a bunch of information here in this resolution. I'm going to read some of it because I think it's important, again, that we recognize and honor the work that you've done and the Village Project has done in Seaside, but also throughout the county to ensure that everyone has services, mental health services, behavioral health services, family wellness services, services that allow people to thrive and live to their fullest potential. And you're providing that and meeting people where they're at when they need support. So the Village Project was founded in 2008 by Mel Mason and Regina Mason to help meet the needs of underserved African-American community members. The mission of the Village Project is to provide vulnerable adults, children, and families from historically underserved communities in Monterey County with culturally appropriate mental health services, educational support, and social advocacy so that they can become self-sufficient, self-directed, and self-determining members of our community. The Village Project was able to come to life because of the passage of the Mental Health Services Act of 2004, which was passed by the voters of California and placed a special tax on millionaires in the state to fund programs so that historically underserved and unserved communities could access mental health services. The Village Project stepped up when we needed a local service provider to meet the needs of the community who knew the community. The Village Project has been an essential partner for the County of Monterey to provide mental health services to our residents. The Village Project is meeting the needs of underserviced African American community members, as well as all community members in our county. And most significantly and most recently, the Village Project has partnered and joined the VITA Project during COVID-19 pandemic so that we could deliver life-saving resources and COVID testing, vaccinations, and education and support through community health workers who live and work and know the community best. The Village Project embodies the need for community-based work and has received countless awards, funding, state accolades, state grants, local grants. The list is long. So it is my honor today to, on behalf of my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors, to honor and recognize and thank you personally for the work that you've done in service to the residents of District 4, of Seaside, and of Monterey County. So thank you so much for being here, and we celebrate 15 years of phenomenal work. And I'll pass the mic.
Okay. Thank you very much, members of the Board of Supervisors, Chair Alejo. It has been a struggle over the past 18 or 15 years. And we have had the support of the Board of Supervisors along the way. And I think that the county can be proud of the fact that due to the passage of the Mental Health Services Act, that the Village Project was able to come to fruition. And I really especially want to thank Chair Alejo in some of the battles that we fought to stay as an agency, but also to Wendy and other members of the Board of Supervisors. And so thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this resolution acknowledging our time here and what we've been able to do as an agency for all of the people that you just mentioned. But I'm going to digress for 1 second because I am so appreciative of this resolution, honoring our Filipino sisters and brothers. I really am. Larry Itliong, I'm glad that his name got mentioned. I had the privilege of meeting him and a number of other folk who ended up being the real founders of the United Farm Workers Union, and sometimes don't get mentioned, oftentimes probably don't get mentioned. So I'm just really happy about this resolution, and I appreciate it very much, and thank you for that. The Village Project, as was mentioned by Supervisor Askew, was started in 2008, and I often like to talk to younger people who don't know the history. The first time that we had a board meeting, we had no electricity and no furniture. And we all sat down on the floor, a bare floor, and that was our first board meeting. We had no lights, we had no PG&E, and so we had to take a big long, I think it was a flood lamp, so the cord went all the way down to the second floor of the building. We were on the first, and we asked for permission to use a plug. So we had a floodlight with a bunch of us, with the exception of Mae Johnson, who was one of our founding board members. We got her a chair. The rest of us sat on the floor. That was the beginning, of the Village Project. And we've come obviously a long way since then. And with the help and the assistance and the advocacy of folk like Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Alejo and others, we've been able to make it. And I think we also made it because I think that our agency did really good and oftentimes groundbreaking work. And so we're just so appreciative of being here. We often say it's a labor of love. Most of the time it just seemed like labor, but a lot of love went into it, and especially the love for the community and for the folks that we served. And so I just want to say that I really appreciate this resolution. Supervisor Askew and members of the Board of Supervisors. I also wanted to acknowledge before I stop talking that our not so new now Executive Director Stacy Andrews is not able to be here today, but I do have two of our staff who are here today that I want to have recognized. And one is our Associate Director for Community Engagement, Miss Andon. Okay, and then also our AmeriCorps and Volunteer Coordinator, Ms. Ivy English. Okay, so those are our two. Okay. And that's it. And then, and because this is Asian Pacific Islander month, we have been celebrating and discussing our youth and mental health. And so in September was the Latinx youth and mental health. In November, it was Native Indigenous youth and mental health. In February, it was African American youth and mental health. And so this month, I believe it's May 20th. Is that right, Crystal? May 20th, we have from 2 to 4, and you can join us online. It's Asian Pacific Islander youth and mental health. And we'll have a number of Asian American Pacific Islander youth who will be on the panel. And you can do that online. I think the way to get to it is to go to our website. You can just type in the Village Project Seaside and it'll take you there. So again, thank you so much.
And we'll take a quick photograph.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have two more resolutions to present here. I'm very honored now to adopt a resolution honoring the Natividad Medical Center as during National Hospital Week. And to receive this recognition, we have Dr. Harris, our hospital CAO, and his team. Hospitals throughout the nation are celebrating National Hospitals Week from May 7th through May 13th, 2023. This week marks a time to honor hospitals, health systems, and healthcare workers who devote themselves to Natividad Medical Center's mission and wellness of our community. Natividad Medical Center will celebrate National Hospital Week by shining a spotlight on the dedication of our frontline healthcare workers who devote themselves to wellness of others for providing care for more than 11,400 admissions, over 71,000 outpatient visits, over 53,000 emergency visits, over 2,400 births, and over 4,300 surgeries at Natividad Medical Center just last year. So it is my big honor to honor the dedicated healthcare workers and our leadership at Natividad Medical Center for all they do for Salinas and throughout Monterey County as well. If we could give them a big round of applause as well, everyone.
Thank you, Chair Alejo and other supervisors. Much appreciated the recognition and support. But really, I'm one of the 1,700 staff that we have, as well as over 400 doctors. This is always a special week. Each year there's a theme, and this year's theme is strengthening communities. And I always say, really one of the fantastic things, and you used the word sauce earlier, Supervisor Adams, but one of the fantastic things is the secret sauce, or one of the many, is the community at Natividad and how we all come together and doing great, fantastic things, both at the hospital, but also for Salinas and the broader county at large. It really is a special place, and I'm happy to receive this, but really it's on behalf of all 1,700 staff as well as the physicians. I know my colleagues and assistant administrators, Andrew Rosenberg and Janine Bouillet, also have a couple things to say.
I'd also like to just echo some of Dr. Harris's comments. A big thank you to Chair Alejo and the members of the board to be able to recognize this special week for the hospital. Yesterday, I had the privilege of attending our employee longevity ceremony, a lunch for our employees that had been at the hospital for 30 or more years. And the room was packed. I was surprised as to how many people had been working at Natividad for 30 or more years. And we asked the question, what keeps you coming to Natividad for 30 plus years? And all of them answered hands down, it was the people. And they also reiterated kind of more in line with the theme of this week with the National Hospital Association of Community. They were mentioning that it really felt like family. The people that they work with is really more or less their second family. So this is really all about our employees, the 1,700 plus employees we have at Natividad, and a big thank you to them for all their dedication, all of their hard work. We really appreciate them. So thank you so much.
All right. We can take a photo as well. All right. Thank you. Congratulations. Last but not least. Got one more? Oh, yes. A nice segue. Today we are also celebrating our Public Service Recognition Week, and we're taking this opportunity to recognize almost 150 county employees who have worked for Monterey County for 30 years or more. So I want to invite Sonia De La Rosa and HR Director Irma Ramirez Bao, if she is back, or her designee. This resolution proclaims May 7th through 13th as Public Service Recognition Week and honors employees providing public service with special recognition and profound appreciation for employees who have and continue to serve as disaster service workers. This week has been designated by the Partnership for Public Services as Public Service Recognition Week to honor employees of local, state, and federal government and members of uniformed services. This week provides an opportunity to recognize and promote the important contributions of the County of Monterey's diverse workforce and honor its employees who provide critical services to over 439 county residents. So with that, we wish we could give a special recognition to each of our employees who have worked 30 more years, because we know they deserve it. But giving 150 out, we would be here all day for this Board of Supervisors. So each department is doing their own celebration and recognition for each of these employees. But from the chair and from all the board, we want all those employees to know that they are appreciated, respected, and loved. And we are very grateful for their lifetime of service to the people of Monterey County. So with that, I want to present this to our head of the county, CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, and we can get some words as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the recognition of all our employees throughout the county. We are a family, so to speak, of 5,000 plus individuals that serve our community every day, and sometimes even individuals that are outside of the county service area, so to speak. And so from Pájaro all the way down to San Ardo, and then all from Big Sur all the way over to, let's see, whereabouts? Parkfield. Can't forget Parkfield. It is an extreme honor to be representative of all of the employees that we serve, from our disaster service workers to everybody that just does the work every single day and shows up for our community. Joining me today is Ari, and she is with our Human Resources Department. She is Assistant Human Resources Director, and she also provides the services to all of our employees across the county, and again, serving many people beyond that. So truly, on behalf of all of us that work for you, the County of Monterey, we are truly grateful and honored to be able to do this for you every day. Thank you.
Ari, you want the HR team?
So on behalf of the Human Resources Department, we would like to thank the board and Chair Alejo for the resolution. It is truly reflective of this county's deep appreciation for its workforce. And then to the employees who on a daily basis reflect their commitment to public service, we would like to just remind you all that you are the heart and soul of this agency. So we thank you for your dedicated service, and we hope that this resolution is a small reminder of just the how truly appreciated you all are. So thank you.
You gotta go take a picture on this side. Thank you. Okay, last but not least, back to Mary Adams.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Did Robert Freire make it into the building? He's on Zoom. Okay, well, thank you very much. Well, since you're on Zoom, I'm going to stay seated and simply call attention to the resolution that we have today. I'm hoping that at the end of my brief remarks, Robert Freire will make a few comments. But this is honoring Gateway Center of the Monterey Peninsula, of Monterey County, actually, which was formed in 1963 to provide services to adults with developmental disabilities. And it was a unique time at that point to have something like this brought forward. And it was brought forward by members of families who had developmentally disabled adults in their families. Over the years, Gateway has really remained a constant in the community for this, a limited amount of resources available to people with adults with developmental disabilities. But at this point, they've been in business for 60 years. And what they do is serve, at this point, about 75 intellectually disabled adults with a full range of abilities and a number of specialized residential and day programs, and primarily serving Monterey Peninsula, Salinas, and Marina. They have about 100 people who are rewarded and fulfilled every day by being able to provide to the developmentally disabled adults the services that they do. So I think as well, Gateway protects the rights of the adults that they serve, which is once again, it's not a very widespread base here in the county of groups that provide this kind of service. So we're fortunate to have Gateway. The focus on the organization is to provide a safe, healthy environment that maximizes independence and allows participants to live their lives to the fullest. So at this point, Mr. Freire, if you would like to make a few comments, that would be delightful.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Adams, and to the fellow supervisors. My name is Robert Freire. I am so sorry that I couldn't be there in person with you this morning as we received this honor, but I do receive it and am honored to represent Gateway Center of Monterey County this morning. Gateway Center of Monterey County is, as you mentioned, is celebrating 66 decades of serving the disabled communities. From our humble beginnings of willing parents wanting to have appropriate programs for their children at the time, Gateway Center of Monterey County has grown to provide residential care, day programs, individual living services, and school-based programs in Salinas, Pacific Grove, Monterey, and Marina. Today, we provide services to up to 100 participants. So thank you again for your support over the years and for your recognition today. We are very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll be sure to have this wonderful framed resolution delivered to you.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Thank you
very much.
Supervisor.
Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to all the recipients of today's resolutions. We're going to keep moving here on our agenda. We're going to go to appointments. These are items 8 through 13. Do we have a motion and a second?
Move approval.
Moved by Adams, second by Lopez. Any public comments on these appointments? Items 8 through 13 on the agenda. Seeing none in chambers, none online. All those in favor, can we please say aye? Aye. Those against? Abstentions. Motion carries 5-0 unanimously. Let's go to consent calendar items item number 14, but these include items number 23 through 35. Any questions or comments on any of these? Okay. Do we have a motion and second?
Move consent.
Second.
Moved by Lopez, second by Church. Any public comments on the consent calendar? No, nobody online either. Nobody in chambers. So all those in favor, we could please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carries unanimously 5-0. Let's go to general public comments. These are for comments not on today's, on items not on today's agenda. Agenda item number 15. Do we have anyone who would like to make comments? We will provide 2 minutes to make comments for any items not on today's agenda.
Good morning. My name's Eloise Shim, and I just wanted to comment, add on about the Asian American commemoration. I think in order, an apology is also in order for the Chinese Americans in Monterey County and in California. because they were very instrumental in the transcontinental railroads. And because of the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, they're the only ethnic group that has ever been excluded from immigration in the United States. And that act was condemned by the state, by the House and the Senate in 2011 and 2012. Also here in Salinas in 1860, I would say, in the 1860s, there was in Chinatown a benevolent group called the Canton Patriarchs, and it had 60 members. And in 1900, the Joss House, which is their temple, was burnt down. And also there was a horrific massacre in Los Angeles in 1871, where 19 Chinese people were hanged. And that's in the place where the Los Angeles City Hall is now. So, and at the time it was celebrated. And also they've apologized in PG for burning down their fishing village. They've apologized in San Jose just last year because they didn't have a, let me just finish my thought here. They didn't have a Chinatown because it was burned down 5 times before 1950. And I just want to add one more thing, that the Columbia University made a survey recently and 3 out of 4 Chinese Americans feel discriminated against.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else for items on today's agenda? Mr. Mason.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. Just one thing, as I was blubbering on, I forgot to mention something really important, and that is that we're having an open house this coming Friday at the Village Project. It's from 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon, and we also have a short program at noon. But it's free, it's open to the public. We would like to invite all of you to come there. If you can't stay for the 12 o'clock program, you can certainly be there, come in and out. You know, we got food, we got some things like our video, a looped video of all of our programs and our history. So there's, and then also you just get a chance to hobnob with the staff. So we really invite everyone here to be there on Friday. It's from 10 to 2. Thank you. It's 1069 Broadway in Seaside.
Thank you very much for the invite. Appreciate it, Ms. Mason. Anyone else? Anybody online? All right. So we will close comments not on today's public comments not on today's agenda. Let's go to item number 16 now. This is our first scheduled item to accept public comments on the Monterey County Urban County 2023-24 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan. And to present, we have Don Yonemitsu, Management Analyst from the Housing Community Development.
It's not letting me share. It's not letting me share. Valerie? It's not letting her share.
You need to be a presenter. They make you a presenter on the presentation?
Yeah, but then it closed out.
Sorry?
It like logged out, so I had to log back in. So does that mean?
Your battery's gonna die.
Don, if you.
Do I just pipe? There you go.
Guns balance, but your battery's dying. You got 49%. You're gonna make it to the presentation with that 49%.
I should.
Okay. And then you should, there you go. So thank you, Darby Marshall, also for joining us as well.
Okay.
Here we go.
Good morning, Chair Alejo, members of the board and the public. My name is Danya Mitsu. I'm with Housing and Community Development, and I have Darby Marshall, the Housing Program Manager. He's here to assist me if needed. I'm before you today regarding the 23-24 Urban County Annual Plan and Funding Recommendation. Additionally, we're requesting that the CDBG policies and procedures be approved. My apologies, as I have been made aware of an error in the wording on page 17. It refers to performance tracking record or report. We utilize city data services and for agency reporting, and in there it is actually called activity data collection form. So I request to make that change in the final. Okay. Sorry, this is my first time. So we're requesting that the Board of Supervisors accept the annual plan, adopt and authorize HCD to submit it to HUD, approve the subrecipient agreement template. This agreement is what is signed between the agency and the county for their use of the CDBG funds, and then authorize HCD to execute these agreements. And then lastly, adopt and approve or authorize the HCD director or their designee to sign environmental reviews necessary for funding projects with CDBG funds. So participating cities receive fixed amounts once or twice during the 5-year urban county consolidated plan period. The county reaches out to the cities in Monterey County every 3 years. Next year is the year that we will end up reaching out to them. We asked them if they would like to join the urban county because we're an entitlement jurisdiction. There's 2 tests to qualify. One is population of 100,000, and the second is at least 51% of the population is considered low moderate income. The unincorporated area meets number 1. However, we don't meet number 2. Therefore, we partner with other cities to increase the number covered low moderate income population. It's also a requirement from HUD that we reach out to different jurisdictions to partner with us. The county issued a notice of fund availability in December of 2022. And we conducted an application workshop in January of this year. The county received 9 applications for public services and 2 for public facilities. In May of last year, HUD released the final allocations for 23-24, and Monterey County's allocation is almost 3% less than the previous year. If current reductions continue, the urban county will receive approximately 91% of the CDBG funding anticipated in our 2020-24 consolidated plan. The urban county must use a portion of the CDBG funding for fair housing. Fair housing can be funded either under a public service or under general administration. Public service applications requested $274,873, or you can look at it as $96,126 more than what is available for the activities. Fair housing is a mandated public service and must be funded. Therefore, we're recommending that it be funded out of general administration. This allows the other agencies to get a greater amount. Unfortunately, due to the reductions in funding, Gonzales only received $704,857 of the $810,000 that was planned in the consolidated plan. The Greenfield Walnut Avenue Street. It's a project that'll improve the safety of the Greenfield residents who live in that area and work, and their access to services between Highway 101 and El Camino Real. The project will directly improve safety for approximately 1,000 low-income persons in Greenfield, but it benefits all the residents using that overpass. One of the other public facilities recommendations is in Los Lomas. It's for sidewalks and pedestrian improvements. We're recommending 100,000 be assigned in 23-24 funding. The other one is in San Lucas for solar streetlights. Again, we're recommending 100,000 in CDBG funding. So we have backup facilities. If there's additional funding, we usually have two sources of funding that can be made available. They can be made available to facilities, but not public services or general administration. One is program income, which is money paid from loans from CDBG dollars in the past. And we conservatively estimate 10,000 in program income. And then there's also funding from savings on projects in previous years. The amount of funding from this source typically isn't known until August or September, when the urban county is preparing the consolidated annual performance and evaluation report. Adopting backup activities now eliminates the need for urban county to amend its annual plan should funding become available, streamlining the process of getting the project started. That's where we were also having the backup plan for Los Lomas, where we've requested 100,000 for 23-24, but we can also do an additional 100,000 up to 100,000 for that project, and then up to 75,000 for San Lucas. Are there any questions?
Any questions from colleagues on this? That was the end of the presentation. We'll go to Supervisor Askew. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you for the work that went into this. Thank you to my colleagues who sit on this committee who process all of this. I just noticed that most of the public service grants were reduced from previous years, and I wanted to just make sure that the grantees had opportunity to submit revised goals given the reduced dollar amounts that they were going to receive this year.
Supervisor Rudasky, Darby Marshall. Yes, they do. We do adjust the goals based on the available funding.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't written into the staff report. So I wanted to make sure that was that opportunity wasn't provided. And then the other thing that I recognize is that the county isn't currently accessing our full 20% allowed for program administration. And I just wanted to make a request that if we do have increased amounts that come in, that we have those funds be directed directly back into supporting the public service grants or the community projects that need additional resources to be completed, as opposed to directing those funds towards county admin or consultant services. So just a request as we move forward.
So we do, at the end of the year, those funds are reprogrammed, and that's where the extra 100,000 for San Lucas, or for 75,000 for San Lucas, or 100,000 for Las Lomas will come from. Those funds cannot be used to augment public services because the public services cap is based on the grant for the year. And so you can't go above 15% of the annual grant amount. So if you have prior year funds, they have to go to affordable housing, infrastructure, or public facilities types of projects.
I just wanted to add that our recommendation is utilizing the full 15%. It's utilizing everything that we are able to utilize.
Correct. I'm just saying that if there is a so we have the 1.35, which is anticipated to be received. If I know sometimes they reallocate or there's additional calculations. If there's additional funding that becomes available, I would just ask that it go directly to, and I ask my colleagues on the committee, that those funds be directed directly to projects or services as opposed to county administrative, allowable administrative fees.
Gotcha.
Okay, Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Church and Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you for a very very nice presentation here. I think you laid out all the details on here. The one thing that kind of caught my attention a little bit was the citizen participation plan that we have. Is that mandated from the federal government, or is that something we design up ourselves, or where does that come from?
The citizen participation plan is mandated as part of the 5-year consolidated plan. So we will update it, we'll review it as part of the 5-year review period. And as necessary, we'll change it we can come back and suggest amendments. I do know that we probably need to do a better job making sure that it syncs up with some of the county policies on diversity. And we are also contemplating coming back and getting consistent so that instead of publishing in 3 outlets, we would only go with 1 as a cost saving. But the federal government largely tells us you have to have a citizen participation plan. In very broad strokes, this is what it has to contain. And I know that one of the issues that has come up in the past was the board's preference is for us to use a 30-day public notice period, which we try to do as much as possible. But the HUD mandate is 15 days. So we accommodate the board's direction on that in that area. So that's just an example of how we can take that document and make it more amenable to the local desires.
Thank you for elaborating on that. And this is, I think, a really important part in anything that we're doing, not just the block grants. And when I look at this through not this program, but other programs, I think we're really not doing this adequately. I know we didn't get any comments into here. When I looked at this program, for example, although it covers all of unincorporated Monterey County, there really wasn't anything up in North Monterey County. An effort. There aren't any newspapers up there to speak of, and so there's over half of the unincorporated population right there. So in terms of the outreach and getting involvement, I look at this. I see there's a bigger picture involved into here. And we don't have newspapers like they used to be, where there used to be reporters in here for the papers covering what happened here, or the city council, and that would be reported in several stories the next day. We could put things inside there, and most of the people that were going to be engaged in these issues could see that. That's all lacking. It's a totally new environment now, and we have social media, which I notice that we're not approaching into this, and I think it's led to some degree of remoteness. We have become very effective at reaching out to what we would call stakeholders that have specific interests in so many of these programs, but we're really failing when we're reaching out to the people. And so I bring this up not to point it out in terms of this program, but because it's an example, I think, of a broader picture that this might be a time where we've got to look at things and a little differently, because it's a different time and we're here to serve the people.
Supervisor Lopez.
No, I just wanted to speak to the comments raised by Supervisor Askew, just to mention that was the intent. So, yeah. So I think we've hit the caps in admin, we've hit the caps in services, and the intent in bringing back that potential recuperated funds would be to split them out amongst 2 other existing projects to expand their possibility. And to give a little detail, one is a very necessary sidewalk project in Las Lomas, including a climbing portion. And so it gets expensive as you go uphill. And then in San Lucas, to put in even more streetlights to finish off that project would be an opportunity should those dollars become available in the process.
Right. See no other comments. I just wanted to say I favored both those projects in Las Lomas and San Lucas when money comes around to cover those costs.
Supervisor?
Yes, Supervisor Adams, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to underscore that I completely agree with the comments that were made, that we need to put the money where the need is. And I was very pleased to see the numbers of the projects that were brought forward at this point.
All right, any comments from the public on this item? Item 16? See none, we can entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Moved by
Staff
Lopez,
recommendation.
second by Askew. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against? Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you very much. Let's go to item number 17. They're our last item on the morning agenda. They've been waiting patiently. This is to receive a presentation from the development set-aside agencies, the Monterey County Business Council, Monterey County Film Commission, Arts Council of Monterey County, and the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. And with this morning, I'm just going to hand it off to Mayor Kimberly Craig, who's wearing her Monterey Business Council hat.
I was going to say, being a mayor in the city of Salinas is part-time. This is what pays the bills. So I also can appreciate a lunch break. So I'll try to be as succinct and quick as possible. Appreciate the opportunity to present. And I think we have, is Richard, my webmaster? Okay, yep. Fabulous. First and foremost, I just have to acknowledge the hiring of Richard Vaughn has been really instrumental. I have been incredibly appreciative of his ability to integrate into all 12 cities and really become the voice of the county when it comes to economic development. So just a shout out to you for the hire of Richard Vaughn and the great work that he's doing with all of us. I want to start off with our first slide. This is my RAD team. I want to take a quick moment to just acknowledge I have here with us my Director of Operations, Jenny McAdams, my Chief Operating Officer, Paul Farmer, Program Analyst, Jose Luis Barajas, and a Program Manager, Jesus Escucha. And on Zoom, we have Rhonda DeVito, our business counselor, and Victor Valdez, our Apex Accelerator Manager. So with that, I will first slide. So just a quick overall acknowledgement of some of the work that we're doing and the programming that we do. Many of you know we do our Monterey County Business Alliance. That's where we bring all of the chambers together and meet on countywide issues having to do with economic development. Certainly, I won't go through each and every one of them, but it's an overview. We partnered with Central Coast Broadband Consortium this past year with MBEP. To talk about broadband and expanding it through the county. We are the administrative partners for the Monterey Bay Defense Alliance. That's obviously a very big element of our growth in our community is the Defense Language Institute and the Naval Postgraduate School. We have our Supervisor Speaker Series. I know that we have wrangled you and your staff, so very much appreciate your willingness to participate in that in your own respective districts and talk about what's going on with business in all five areas of the county. We also do have our new CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, coming and speaking at our membership luncheons. So that just gives you kind of an overall, it's part of our work plan with you is providing those opportunities for the business community and members to really learn more about what's going on. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about one of our big programs, Leadership Monterey County. I know some of you and your staff have gone through our program. We launched it in 2018. It used to be Leadership Salinas Valley and Leadership Monterey Peninsula. And in 2017, Monterey County Business Council, in conjunction with the two chambers on the peninsula and the Salinas Valley, merged it together for a countywide program focused around economic drivers in Monterey County. So we have it's a 10-month program focusing each day on a different topic: agriculture, healthcare, defense and security, government and law, hospitality, education, infrastructure, nonprofit. We do have a South County Day where we haul everyone down south. Art, history, and culture, and it's centered around the economic pillars of the county. So that also is part of our work plan. I do want to just acknowledge we really appreciate the supervisor's willingness to speak during Government and Law Day. Supervisor Askew, I promise you I will get you a more flattering photo next year. Sorry about that. It's what I could come up with without your eyes closed. So I promise to get a glamour shot in there next year. So sorry about that. But you can see we've had just a tremendous amount of support. We have Dr. Packer from Montage, former Congress member Sam Farr has spoken. We take our members, we take our cohort out all over the county really to understand how economics are working successfully in our county. Next slide. Here's the focus that I really want to talk about, and I'm really, really proud. Those of you that have heard this presentation before hear me talk about PTAC, and that was our Procurement Technical Assistance Center. That is our partnership with the Defense Logistics Agency. They have recently changed their name. So I've spent 6 years promoting PTAC, and it's now called Apex Accelerators. So when you hear me talk about Apex, and certainly Victor Valdez and his team, it helps businesses here in Monterey County get government contracts, both locally, state, and federally. So that can be life-changing money for a business. And our partnership is a 25% match with the funding with the Defense Logistics Agency. So I'm hoping that we can grow our programming. You can see in the first 3 quarters, our goal for our work plan with the county was $10 million. And in 3 quarters, we have managed to close $21 million and some change in 74 contract awards for Monterey County businesses. So that is free programming that we do. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's free programming that we do. You can see women-owned businesses. We've had a focus on $5 million in contracts, Hispanic-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, service-disabled 8A, which is business assistance. It's a business assistance designation through the SBA for companies that are owned by socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. So we've done really well, and your $100,000 ROI is the remarkable return on that is pretty fantastic. So next slide, please. I also just want to acknowledge that Monterey Bay Apex Accelerators is now 14 counties. We have grown that program to 14 counties. And just a quick acknowledgement that we've actually closed 1,252 contracts within those 14 counties to the tune of $600 million for businesses. Next slide. And this is just a final view. We have, over the last several years, received $100,000. We're not part of the DSA formula. We get usually a flat amount of $100,000. And I want to just acknowledge that the Board of Supervisors last year actually agreed to increase our investment to $200,000. Administration at the time suggested we stay at $100,000. So we opted to be good partners at $100,000. But I'm really motivated to grow that program, and it requires an increased match to leverage those federal dollars. So to be really honest, and just in closing here, we want to make sure that the Board of Supervisors sees the incredible value in the programming that we're doing. And we're hoping that you are willing to support that. I recognize that we're not really asking for a request, but it's my one bite at the apple. And so publicly, I just want to acknowledge that our formal request is for $200,000. Thanks very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
All right. And next presenter we have is Moira LaMountain and Karen Nordstrand with the Monterey County Film Commission.
And thank you, Mayor, for your presentation, and to the RAD team as well.
Excellent. Good morning, and thank you, Chair Alejo, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public for this opportunity to update you and review the economic impact that your Monterey County Film Commission has had in the past 9 months. My name is Moira LaMountain. I'm the office administrator, and this is your film commissioner, Karen Nordstrand. I would like to echo Kimberly's comments about Richard. He has been the bomb, and his assistant, Isela. You guys are just awesome. It's a pleasure to work with them.
Is it time
They're very
for his review or
responsive.
something?
No, they're incredibly responsive. It's just a delight. Next slide, please. The Monterey County Film Commission has been working hard for more than 35 years. Oh.
All the screens went off.
Well, it's a very pretty picture.
I'll get the one in the backstory. Like I didn't do anything.
No worries. Very good. Thank you. Did I say responsive? The Monterey County Film Commission has been working hard for more than 35 years for the residents of Monterey County since we were created by this body in 1987. We celebrate with pride the more than $129 million that we have brought to local communities during our tenure, 36 years. We are a small but mighty nonprofit. We've helped bring Monterey County communities through on-location film production, a huge impact. We have 3 part-time employees. We're about 1.8 full-time equivalents. Each year, more than 100 productions, films, television shows, commercials, video, still ads, and more stimulate economic impact throughout all of our local communities. On-location filming brings a quick infusion of new money throughout the county, year-round and off-season. Next slide. There we are. Our main goal is, of course, to attract and facilitate film production here in Monterey County. And this year, we've attracted a variety of productions, including coincidentally a documentary at Point Lobos and Pacific Grove on the history of the Chinese population on the peninsula. Also, the Choices of Life program with inmates at the Soledad Correctional Training Facility, commercials and car shoots for Porsche, Cadillac, Land Rover, Kia, Buick's new electric vehicle, college student films in King City. We help whoever needs some direction. And we even had a British documentary, food-based, on abalone farming, as well as artichokes up in Castroville. We've helped creatives from around the world capture their visions here by quickly connecting them with the locations or local crew or the many other resources they need to buy, rent, or hire. So film productions, they take away pictures, but they leave money behind in our community. So far this year, that's more than $3 million spent with 87 projects, a bit less this, our goal, we didn't quite meet this quarter, but flooding and road closures and winter rains literally dampened film production interest and eliminated one possible shoot additionally. Next slide. But as you can see from the California Film Commission's 2022 production report, last year, Monterey County was #2 in film days on California state parks and beaches, second only to film giant Los Angeles County, but we also had more productions than Orange County. Our coastlines offer some of the most iconic views and are stars in their own right, but it's really important that we answer inquiries promptly, and that does not come easily without adequate staffing. So productions are very hurried increasingly, and they can quickly choose to go elsewhere if we cannot be of help to them right away. Our personal connections to the film industry also allows us to find out what other locations productions may want that they didn't know we had. So we increase their days and their film days here. Next slide. Monterey County maintains an online production resource guide and provides local crew and businesses a free listing, which is a marketing tool for them to get hired by visiting on-location film projects and keeping their professional skills up to date. More than 100 types of local businesses and crew are needed to support on-location film productions, from hotels and restaurants to catering, lighting, hair and makeup, purchasing of lumber, gas, food, props, car rentals, retail sales, equipment rentals, even porta potties. Not to mention the section on our website about things to do for the film crew while they're working here in the Monterey County region. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. And part of our marketing includes making placements in trade journals and with other media, and we're well on our way to reach the global film industry by advertising in highly targeted markets. We placed ads highlighting our countywide locations in international magazines and guides, and have exposure at film festivals like
just now at Cannes. Monterey County is there in the handouts. We also do Film Association events, international professional industry websites, and e-newsletters. And personal contact will be increasing now that it's post-COVID, because we'll have more trade shows that we had normally attended. Next slide.
As this slide shows, the Film Commission is actively involved with local organizations such as our various chambers, the Nonprofit Alliance for Monterey County, collaborating with our DSA partners, and MCF attends events like the Marina National Night Out, all to raise the awareness of the important economic impact that on-location film production makes to benefit everyone in our county. We also seek private donations to further our annual Film Student Scholarship Program, which encourages future filmmakers studying in countywide colleges. Last year, 2022, we awarded 3 scholarships, one to a Hartnell student, $1,500, and $1,500 to a CSUMB student, as well as another $500 to CSUMB. Next.
Well, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I know we're short on time, so I'd like to, if it works, share a shortened 30-second clip from our 3-minute sizzle reel that we use as a marketing tool to promote Monterey County to the international film industry. It keeps us top of mind in a competitive field with hundreds of jurisdictions seeking the lucrative film business, and that comes. So if it doesn't end up playing, please go to the filmmonterey.org, where we have posted the entire thing. Let's give it a shot.
It's not.
Okay, so you'll find it right on our homepage at filmmonterey.org. Anyway, for closing, we just want to thank you for your time, and we are pleased to be a contributing member of the county's DSA program, and would urge you to consider lifting the funding cap this time around. And with your continued support, we keep the lights, camera, and economic action coming to Monterey County. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. We'll take them at the end.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vaughn, we'll go to the next presenter.
Next presenter that we have is Jackie Atchison, Executive Director of Arts Council for Monterey County.
Good afternoon, Chair Leo and Supervisors. I'm Jackie Atchison, Executive Director of the Arts Council for Monterey County. First, I would like to show off our new logo. We were awarded a design grant from Waltz Creative, and we worked with them for several months on a new design that's more contemporary, and it shows our strength and our resilience in support of the arts. And those who may not know, in 1985, the County Board of Supervisors, this might help, selected the Arts Council as a member of the Development Set-Aside Fund, formally recognizing the critical role of the arts sector in strengthening and broadening the county's economic base. As the county's official arts agency, we uniquely serve our communities, urban, rural, coastal, and agricultural, by creating new channels to local, state, and federal resources. Slide 2. Thank you. With funding from the county, we have 3 priorities. The first one is economic development. The arts have a significant economic impact on our community by creating jobs and producing tax revenue. And a strong, well-funded arts sector is an economic boost to the county. Through grants and technical assistance, local nonprofits are able to increase capacity to expand arts programs. Through the more grant dollars we invest in artists and arts organizations, and the more programs and services they provide, the more our community will pulse with an arts-driven, creative, and economic life. Tourism. We support cultural tourism through grants, capacity building, and by providing information to artists and groups interested in using the arts to promote creative placemaking. Places such as museums, galleries, festivals, or sculpture installations can draw tourists from states away. There's no doubt about it, art boosts tourism in communities. And according to the Arts Plus Social Impact Explorer, arts are a large reason why many people travel. The arts make communities vibrant, welcoming, and desirable. Workforce and business development. The arts are a dynamic contributor to the small business sector. The creative industries are composed of many talented workers who are self-employed, freelancers, or employed by micro enterprises. And according to the National Endowment for the Arts, artists are nearly 3.5 times more likely than the total US workforce to be self-employed. And in addition to directly employing people, cultural organizations create jobs through their business activities and patron expenditures, supporting 14,278 direct and indirect jobs in Monterey County, producing $703 million in labor earnings and benefits, while generating $98 million in state and county tax revenue. Next slide, please. So I hope you know about our Artworks program, affordable studio space for artists. And the one we had in Pacific Grove closed during the pandemic, and we've struggled to find a suitable location since. Fortunately, we have a new one in Seaside. It's our old office space, but we have 6 artists there now, and we're actively seeking space in Salinas, hopefully in downtown. Our Business Works program is professional and marketing development for artists and arts organizations, and it's grown at least by 200% in attendance. And we've been successful in leveraging additional funding to provide more grants to artists, local artists. Just this week, our board approved $95,000 to 22 local artists. And this year to date, we've also provided $185,000 to 40 local organizations. And this quarter, we'll be providing another $100,000 thanks to the county funding. Next slide. So we appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with our other DSA partners. We have been encouraging the more than 100 arts and cultural organizations to promote their events through See Monterey, driving tourism to our community. We created a cultural road trip, which is promoted by the MCCVB and is continuously updated and promoted through several media channels. Excuse me. Festivals and concerts have a huge impact on tourism occupancy on our tourism occupancy tax, as 80% of the attendees are from outside the county. $34 million from Calyards, $30 million from the Jazz Festival. It adds up. Next slide, please. We truly appreciate the support of the county. Recently, Supervisor Askew reached out to me to work with local artists to tell the stories of Pajaro, saying, "We believe that art has the power to change the world." And I'm sure you've all seen the video that we produced with local artist Jeff Serino. And we're working with other storytellers to create more videos to promote and to elevate the need for state and federal resources, cultivate feelings of hope and resilience for the community, and celebrate the mutual aid efforts of local service providers. And I think we can agree that we all love this mural by Jose Ortiz. We did this in the east side stairwell. We have plans to do one on the west side. And hopefully we'll get that soon. That's to be featuring Monterey Bay. And so again, supervisors, I want to thank you all for your support, and we hope to continue this partnership for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate all the beautiful art on these walls as well.
And last but not least, Rob O'Keefe, President and CEO of Monterey County Convention Visitors Bureau.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. I won't spend a lot of time complimenting this extraordinary individual who works and does such a wonderful job. And thank you, Chair and supervisors. So I brought a very brief 45-page slide, which I'll try to go through quickly because lunch is, no, it's not that long. Yeah, I want to just give you an overview where we're at. Like the others, we work very closely with our partners in film, in arts, and with Kimberly. I've been involved in the leadership program, helping. I love what all of them do and how all of us work together. So I'll go briefly over our part in this. If we go to that next slide, this slide's good. So one thing I wanted to point out, we did a strategic plan last year that included hundreds of surveys. Some of you were involved in being interviewed. We took a fresh look at ourselves as an industry, hospitality industry, and what we came away with is our new vision for the destination. It's all centered on quality of life, economic vitality, and quality of life. And our mission is community prosperity. So everything I'm going to go through very quickly here is with that in mind. Next slide, please. We recently sent you a report that looks a little bit like this, or at least one of the pages does, to demonstrate the ROI of what we do. We are a nonprofit that acts like a for-profit, and that profit is expressed in economic vitality and quality of life. Here are the dollars, though. In the first half of this fiscal year, we generated directly through our advertising programs, our PR, our social media, and other messaging, over $200 million of direct influenced spending. So that's just for the first half of the year. And we'll be looking at the latter half of the year at the end of June. But you can see there how we break it out between the jurisdictions using SMARI Insights, which is an international research company that does work for places like us and Visit California and a lot of other DMOs around the world. Next slide, please. Beyond that, we're looking on the left there is the investment that the county made year to date. This is third quarter now. And the circle points are how we're creating connectivity, awareness and connectivity. That first circled 124,700 clicks from our site to businesses within Monterey County. These are businesses that are frequently small, owner operated, and don't have marketing programs. They don't have the reach that we do. So we do the reach and we bring people to them. Almost 125,000 in the first 3 quarters. Ad equivalency, that's PR. How much PR are we generating? And then group business development. We have a sales team. They're focused on bringing meetings and conferences here. We're working right now with 2 in the city of Salinas that will be here in June and in the fall. All of that, when you look at the leads that we generate and the business that actually gets booked, the people that are coming here to spend dollars in the first 3 quarters is $1.4 million. Next slide, please. Just some nice pictures, but a lot of really important information. I'll just point out one thing. Right after the storms started or finished, we launched our Monterey County Artichoke Trail. So we started that trail in Castroville, of course, but we took it throughout the entire county, highlighting farm stands, farmers markets, restaurants. And we took the artichoke and we put it on national television with Rachel Ray and her show, and featured a 10-minute segment talking about all the things you can do, the wonderful things you can do with artichokes and where the capital of artichokes exists. Got a lot of great exposure. Next slide, please. Additional social media. This is just the amount of social media from unincorporated Monterey County. And we had over 704 cross-channel posts featuring Monterey County. Is that a lot? It is a lot. Is it better than we've done before? It is. And that's generated 1.16 million social engagements. That's when someone likes something, shares something, or comments. So that is increasing as we go forward. Next slide, please. Other fun things we're doing a program called the Monterey Pro V Pro. And we're taking what Pebble Beach is doing. We're having, for the first time, the U.S. Women's Open here. And we're helping take what is a Pebble Beach event and making it a destination-wide platform for promotion. And we're pairing U.S. golf pros, women golf pros who are going to be playing with our pros. We won't play you the video, but I'll just tell you the first one we did with Sweet Reba, who is at the Crossroads. She's been on television. She is awesome. We paired a pro with her. And first they're making cupcakes, and then they're on the golf course. And Pebble Beach said, make it destination-wide. Doesn't have to be on Pebble Beach all the time. And in this instance, we were at Carmel Valley Ranch. Great video content, and there's more to come. Next slide, please. This is our PR, $7.3 or $7.4 million worth of exposure in a variety of different media outlets, from the closer in San Francisco Chronicle to the more broad-based Condé Nast Traveler, Forbes for a business message, trying to get meetings and conference here, reaching decision makers, and so forth. Next slide, please. Sustainability and responsible travel has been at the heart of what we do for years. We launched a program years ago in 2015 to focus on that. You got to protect the product. You got to protect the environment. That's what people coming here for, and that's what people living here want to be here and live here for. So we're very aggressive in this space. In fact, the California Travel Association this year asked me to be the chair of their first ever sustainability and stewardship program, because they want to model what we're doing here and make us a model for the state. So we're doing that, and we're going to continue to do that. Next slide. So if you're driving in from the Bay Area at some point in the near future, you're going to see new billboards. that we've plastered all over the Bay Area in major ways to get to us on the major highways. We're telling people before you get here, be prepared to explore responsibly. We have a number of different billboards up, but that's not enough. When they get here, you're going to see very soon on MST buses reminders, adore responsibly. We want to tell them before they get here to respect our destination and remind them. These are only two of the newer ways we're doing it. There's a lot more to this program, and we're going to continue to invest in that in the future. Next slide. At the end of the day, this is what we do. This is who we are as an organization, and we generate dollars that go back to fill coffers so we can create economic vitality for the county and the jurisdictions within. In the coming year, we anticipate over $500 million in visitor spending that we will directly influence. And then we're also going to be looking at indirect influence. We're going to be doing a visitor profile study. Where are people coming from? What are they doing while they're here? How do we move them around? We've done a lot to get people more aware of what's happening in Salinas and in South County. I met recently with Supervisor Lopez and fulfilled a promise made a few years ago to get South County more involved. This coming year, King City and Soledad are coming onto our board, and they're going to be officially a part of our program. We've always promoted them, but they're stepping up. They said they want to be a part of it. So this is what we're looking for. We've got a great game plan going forward into the coming year. Our request is the 6% that's historically been in place, and hoping that the cap could be lifted, because why it was capped was accomplished already. So we're hoping that it can be lifted. Thank you very much. And I'm available for questions as well.
All right, back to you, Mr. Ron.
Thank you, Chair Alejo, Board of Supervisors. That concludes our presentation from the Development Set-Aside agencies. If you have any questions, I'm available, and I believe each of the DSA partners is available as well.
Okay, we want to first of all thank everyone for your great presentations and the good work you do throughout the year. It's nice to take some time here at the Board of Supervisors to acknowledge it, and also thank Mr. Vaughn for the many compliments you got from our partners as well. It really speaks highly to you and your new role here at the county, and it's very much appreciated. Let's go to any of our colleagues' first comments or questions, and then we could open it for public comments.
Thank you. I just want to thank our partners. I'm going to have comments to each of you. A big appreciation. We've got a beautiful mural on our wall. Rob, some of the conversations that you've been able to advise me on have been just incredibly helpful in helping me navigate difficult, challenging situations. The Business Council, I refer people to the PTAC or whatever it's called now on a regular basis. So thank you for, you did a great job marketing the PTAC, because that's all I'm going to ever remember. But just want to say thank you, Al, for being here today, the Film Commission. We've got a lot of great partners. And I guess one of the questions that I have is, I know we've recreated our Economic Development Committee. And I know that we haven't yet sort of had that meeting where all of the DSA sort of big picture goals and strategies are being looked at. But I am interested in getting some recommendations back from the Economic Development Committee as to how we can best support and maximize the investments that we're making in our DSA partners. So I just want to express my interest in that feedback when the time comes. I had a great conversation with Richard yesterday where I was able to ask many questions. I won't go into all of those today. But I do think, we have this really incredible asset here in Monterey County, the TOT that we receive, the hotel taxes that we receive. My colleagues, when we're at CSAC and I'm talking to folks at NACO, like, they are jealous that we are such a rich county in terms of our ability to generate that kind of support in our community, and that we have partners who are committed to continuing to make those investments and elevating this asset that we have here in our community. And so I guess the questions that I would have as we move forward are generally, and I'm not looking for an answer today, but just putting it out there into the mix, into the stew, as Mary said. How I want to make sure that we do have processes in place where we're setting, ambitious goals for the outcomes that we're going to be achieving through the DSA set aside pot of money. I think it's incumbent on us to make sure we're managing that program with accountability, with transparency. And so as the committee looks at how we move forward, I want to make sure we've got our staff is fully empowered to work with the partners to set ambitious goals and to then hold everyone accountable to achieving those, clear outcomes. So I just wanted to put that on the record, but really look forward and appreciate the work that everyone's doing. You bring wealth into you elevate the wealth that we already have here in this community, and we really value and appreciate all of you. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Adams.
Yes, I just want to thank everybody so much for coming over to making your presentations. It's just really impressive, the work that you do. And Wendy, I was so happy that you made the comment about how envious so many other counties are because of the work that we do and the generosity of the people who come here and spend. I don't know if you want to call it generosity or enjoyment, but whatever it is, they're coming here, and it's due to a lot of the work that you all do that bring the visitors here. So I didn't want that to go unacknowledged. Richard, thank you too so much for the work that you're doing. It really is a notch up. And I think all of us are very proud and happy for that. I think today, one of the things I really appreciated about all of the presentations is essentially the benefit that the dollar benefit, the return on the investment that you are each bringing to our community by the work that you're doing. I really think that was an important thing for us to see and hear. And I just want to say this publicly. I just want to acknowledge the many, many residents who have come forward to my office asking us to remove the cap. And I am conscious of that. And I'm sure that my colleagues will become even more conscious of that as we go through the budgeting process. But I just wanted to let you know that it is something, I know a couple of you mentioned it. It is something that people are conscious of and that people are talking about. And when you see the return that you were able to provide, I think that's something that we need to weigh as we go forward with our comments. And just Rob, congratulations to you for having the sustainability chair that you do now. I think it's really important that because one looks around at the kind of adventure that people want when they come to visit. Visitors are younger now. People are not getting on planes with golf bags all the time now, with golf bags all the time. They want their families engaged with the kinds of activities that they do, and sustainability is critical to what they want to do. That's part of what their lives are. So I feel so proud that we're able to do this, and proud and thankful to you for the additional time that I know it takes to be able to do that. So keep doing what you're doing, because the success is there. Thank you.
Okay, let's go Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Church.
I think in order to open our comments, we all have to say how great you are, right, Richard? So keeping with the decorum in the room. Great job, Richard. No, just a continued appreciation for all of our partners. I've lucky enough to have been a member of the Arts Council for a decade, and I see those contributions on the backside, which are often hard to put onto paper. For some partners, it's a little easier, and I think there are questions about how we actually true up that impact on our community to make sure that we're investing equally across the board. And I think every one of you merits that investment given what you provide to our communities. And so looking at the conversation as it comes forward on the cap, I think is going to be an important one for this board to undertake. But for me, I think there's going to be some questions about not necessarily where the algorithm currently places people, but how do we recognize those who have helped move the needle in significant ways? I'll share that recently I had an opportunity to participate in a town hall in Soledad. And as part of that, I too preached the PTAC and the value of that to our community, specifically thinking of businesses in Southern Monterey County who went from extremely small mom and pops to regional really leaders throughout the state. And I've had friends comment to me, one of them told me I'm headed up to Butte later this week. And he told me I was at a fire in Butte and all the porta potties said King City on them. Why? So that's what we're good at, but it was a joke, but it was A&G Pumping who really undertook emergency in the state of California and expanded their footprint as a business based off of their ability to understand how to ramp up and access those opportunities. Those are opportunities that have come to Monterey County businesses because of the organizations who have made that possible. as well as to the Arts Council. It's the one thing I remember sitting on that board and being frustrated at our inability to immediately turn around and pull numbers, right? It's not easy to do, but you look at the culture and the value that that brings to our community. Specifically, I was happy to put in that referral to get that art put into that stairwell that we were all so proud of. And I think there's so many more opportunities to do that for all of our communities, to draw back to that appreciation of the multicultural makeup of this county. A lot of that is done through art and our ability to appreciate where we come from and to represent that in our own unique ways. And so I appreciate all of our partners, and I truly see you as partners for your investments of time and treasure and effort, because moving forward, we're going to need you. We know that when times get tough is not the time to cut back. It's the time to invest in those people and those places and those organizations who have turned around and made that dollar multiply. And you have the proof that you've done that. So as we move forward, look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Church.
I also want to thank all of you for your well, I don't want Richard to get too big of an ego going here and all this thanks, but yes, Richard, thank you. But I do want to thank everybody, all the entities involved in here, from the arts and the films to the Business Council to Visitors Bureau. You add not just in economics, but in culture, as Supervisor Lopez referred to here. And it's not just for the benefit of bringing in visitors from outside the county, but for the county itself and the residents here to enjoy the many of the benefits and the and the heritage of this county. But I also want to kind of point out that when we put this cap on, we also cut down from the TOT on the road fund. And that's an important part of infrastructure that to really be able to embrace and fulfill the promise of what we're trying to do, we have to have the infrastructure for that. So I do think, the infrastructure, which used to be, the road fund used to be getting 25% of the TOT, is now getting 14.4%, just like all these entities have been cut. And I think it needs to be looked at in a package. And I don't know, for me, I hear so much about roads. I'm sure some of these my other colleagues do as well, that it really needs to go hand in hand. And I, again, very supportive of many of your requests here, not many, but all of your requests here. And I hope we can go ahead and move forward onto this later on this year.
Thank you very much. It's 12:30, so we're going to go to public comments. And if there's any public comments, we'll give them a minute and a half since we're running over here. And we have I see one person on the screen, Janine Chikara. Go ahead, Janine.
All right. Hi, I'm Janine Chikrat. I'm the Managing Director of the Portola Hotel and Spa. And, first of all, I just want to thank the board and county staff. I happen to be the chair of Monterey County Hospitality Association throughout COVID, and the collaboration that we did was phenomenal. I don't think we'd be as far in our recovery as we would if it hadn't happened for all of us coming together. But we're still not back to pre-COVID levels. The CVB released a report today that shows visitor spending in 2022 and it got significantly better in 2021, but we're still not back to 2019. And the sad part is the businesses that are hit the worst are our local restaurants and shops that cater to travelers, and they still have a long way to go. 2023, unfortunately, got off to a rough start with all the storms that cost our business. But what we learned in COVID was to come together as a community, and we did so again in hospitality. We were able to support the community with evacuation programs. The hotels got together and pulled soaps, shampoos, conditioners, and gave it to the people of Pajaro who desperately needed supplies. The fact, that we all need to continue to be as aggressive as possible. We understand the budget, cap was put in place, but there's so much upside in removing that cap, and it's just something that I think we really need to take a hard look at. We're all touched by hospitality, by our neighbor next door, our favorite restaurants, drinking great wines, and lifting the cap. Revenue is an infinite number, not a finite number. We've got huge opportunity, and I really think you should take that in strong consideration. Thank you.
All right, next person.
Terry Owens.
Hello. My name is Terry Owens. I am the General Manager of Embassy Suites Monterey Bay Seaside, as well as the Chair of the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. The last 3 years have been really turbulent times for my hotel, as well as the entire hospitality community in this county. The pandemic took a huge toll on our hotels, our restaurants, and our attractions, as well as the more than 25,000 hospitality team members that live and work in Monterey County. The MCCVB has recently developed a strategic long-term plan that was built with input from the community for the benefit of the community and with a focus on economic vitality and the quality of life for our residents. With the county's full support and engagement, I know that the strategic plan will fuel a complete recovery of our industry and help sustain it for 10 years. I know you're not deliberating on this today, but when the time comes in a few weeks, I hope you can return the DSA organizations to full funding so that our entire county may fully benefit from the MCCVB strategic plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person. No one else? Okay. Any other last comments? I don't see any from the board. Otherwise, we will thank all our presenters. Thank you very much. You all made your pitch loud and clear. And we will recess for lunch with the quote of the day. Richard Vaughn is the bomb. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, we'll be back at 1:30, everyone. Thank you. All right. It is 1:30, everyone. We're gonna reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we will start with the roll call by our clerk.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
I think Supervisor Askew is. She's hallway. She is right there. Okay, now let's go to this announcement of our Spanish interpreter, Maria Avila.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Okay, everyone, we're on a tight schedule here, so we're going to try to stick to the time limits here as much as possible. We're going to go to item number 18 on our agenda on Signal Hill LLC. This is a public hearing to consider 3 appeals. And on this item, we're going to go to staff first, and then we will hear from the appellants and then the applicant. And we'll allow 15 minutes total on each side. So we'll start with staff report.
Staff requests a slight pause while I get on the Zoom meeting.
Okay. It's going to take several minutes or?
It'll only be a second here.
Okay.
Figure it out, Kate, while we. Okay. Let's take one more second.
Okay, I've got it.
Okay, good.
Okay, ready to go?
Oh. That can work?
Yeah.
Put this anywhere.
It's human. Just push that.
All right. Sorry about this. I was trying to get another mouse on. So my name is Mary Israel. I'm the project planner for PLN 100338 Signal Hill LLC. And this is the appeal hearing before the Board of Supervisors. The project is located at 1170 Signal Hill Road in Pebble Beach in the area regulated by the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan. The zoning is shown on the slide. As shown on the slide, the project involves demolition of an existing single-family dwelling, which is eligible for federal listing on a historic register. The proposed project would allow a new single-family home designed by another notable architect that is larger in every way. The project requires all of the administrative and development permits that are listed on this slide, and also includes restoration of 1.67 acres of coastal sand dune habitat. The task before the board is to decide on the demolition of the Connell House and to decide on these entitlements. I've broken them up into 6 slides that are not all directly related to entitlements for you to better analyze the project. As discussed, the first slide is about historic structure and historic resources that have policies in county level as well as CEQA protection of historic resources. The proposed new dwelling is on the same site as the existing dwelling, known as the Connell House, because it was designed by Richard Neutra and built for Arthur and Kathleen Connell in 1958. The house was made eligible for listing on Historic Register in 2014, and therefore an environmental impact report, or EIR, was prepared. The EIR found historic resources impacts significant and unavoidable with 2 mitigation measures, which are now shown on the slide. Staff is recommending that the board adopt a statement of overriding consideration for these impacts that cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level. The mitigation measures that are shown here were reviewed by the HRRB, Historic Resources Review Board, and found sufficient. Click. As proposed, construction of the new residence and installation of the associated landscaping would occur within a 0.55 acre construction footprint. Refer to this slide, figure 4.2-2 of the EIR. Areas that would be directly converted into the expanded footprint of the proposed residence would be permanently impacted, and as approximately 0.11 acres of direct conversion into building footprint. Existing paving and in other areas would be demolished and removed, and those areas would be landscaped. Click to show the close-up of the impact areas. This was part of the EIR analysis and biological resources section. The EIR for this project developed 18 mitigation measures for impacts to ESHA, including an environmental monitor, construction restoration personnel training, best management practices, surveys and buffer zones, native landscaping without imported soils, restoration of 1.67 acres on site with open space conservation and scenic easement to be granted to the Del Monte Forest Foundation, and more offsite restoration. The EIR and staff found these mitigations reduced impacts to a level of less than significant. Therefore, staff has identified that there will not be long-term maintenance. There will not be long-term effects on the sand dune habitat. This requires a coastal development permit. LUP guidance, that is the Del Monte Forest LUP guidance, requires that staff analyze each development proposed to include development on slopes of 30% or greater to better achieve the goals, policies, and objectives of the 1982 Monterey County General Plan, because it's in the coastal zone, and applicable land use plan and other development alternatives. The area of development on slopes of 30% in this case is a very small area. There is no development proposed on slopes that's occupied by ESHA, and this requires a coastal development permit. As you can see, the fourth area of interest is the development within 750 feet of archaeological resources. Policies on archaeological resources require archaeological reports to be prepared where cultural resources are highly possible. The proposed project involves deeper excavation than the existing structure and an expanded footprint as shown in this sketch. This development requires a coastal development permit. Another coastal development permit is required for potential ridgeline development. This slide shows the view from 17 Mile Drive of the existing dwelling from the EIR's key viewing area number 4 at the base of the property when the viewer is on 17 Mile Drive. And the image above is from the EIR showing the existing house when the draft was produced. The image below is of the reduced height project, which is the project that staff is recommending at this hearing. Policies on viewshed include that structural bulk are to be generally avoided in Pebble Beach to allow for natural open viewsheds. The reduced height alternate project will increase bulk as viewed from public viewing areas. And note that it was that by reduced height, it has less impact to viewshed than the proposed project that was the main center of analysis in the EIR. Just a little bit more on the viewshed. We are also reviewing this project for a coastal administrative permit and a design approval. And the colors and materials are natural as shown. This photo from GIS is just to show that some of the viewing areas are from Fan Shell Beach. The identified project is shown with a black dot. Thank you. If you click one more time, I share an image of some of the development that is there within sight of that Fan Shell Beach right now. Three Monterey cypress trees are to be removed. The Del Monte Forest LUP Policy 35 states that development, including driveways and parking areas, shall be sited and designed to minimize removal of trees, especially trees that significantly contribute to the visual character of public view corridors, such as along 17 Mile Drive, and that development be screened from public view and neighboring properties. As proposed, construction of the new residence and installation of the associated driveway would cause 3 Monterey cypress trees to be removed, requiring coastal development permit. The trees are shown in this image as little stars that are covered, that are on top of the purple area. The image that you're seeing right now is the existing structure, and this is an image from the EIR that was reviewing all of the biological impacts. The EIR analyzed impacts to biological resources and applied a Monterey cypress tree protection, replacement, maintenance, and monitoring plan for review and approval by county. And that does require a 2-to-1 ratio of planting of 36-inch Monterey box cypress trees. And as noted, the Planning Commission added a requirement for one of the replacement trees to be planted in front of the project. This is carried forward with this resolution before the board. The EIR's timeline is shown on this slide. The notice of preparation was issued in February of 2015. The draft was circulated in 2018. And then the final EIR was publicly circulated in 2022. I think you can all recognize the delays that are involved in those 3 steps. I can only speak to the most recent one, which was due to COVID and staff turnover. It was very difficult to respond to 130 comments on the draft EIR and wrap it up and get it into final. There are 33 mitigation measures that are recommended for the reduced height project. Go ahead. Click. Here we see a key elevation of the reduced height alternative. All the elevations and designs are in for the proposed project are in the staff report, but I'm just going to show you this one. This is the significant elevation because it shows the maximum height of the reduced height alternative is at the front facade where the peak of the roof comes up, and that is 25 feet in height. But several other areas of the proposed project are lower at around 22, which is roughly 5 feet taller than the existing. The HRRB, oh yes, I'm just reiterating there that is the proposed project for this hearing. The HRRB reviewed the project on January 12th, 2023. They voted to support staff's recommendation. And the Del Monte Forest LUAC reviewed the project during project completeness review back in 2011. The vote was split on the full height project at that time. The county received 3 applications to appeal the decision by the Planning Commission on this project, by the Planning Commission on this project. There are detailed responses by staff presented in series as attachment B, but in brief, the appellants, a neighbor, Reeves, represented by Lombardo and Associates, the Alliance of Monterey Area Preservationists, and Raymond Neutra, son of the architect, generally found that there was found issue with not supporting preservation alternative. There was a perceived lack of fairness at the PC hearing. Findings they found were not adequately supported, and they found that the decision was in conflict with the Coastal Act for size, potential ridgeline effect, and impacts to ESHA. They also noted the history of violations on the property. This is a brief rundown on this slide of staff's responses to these appeals and the overarching contentions. But again, there are more specific responses to the contentions in the attachment B. The project has a long, complicated history. The chair allowed the applicant sufficient time to present the project and her experiences fully. There's no rule of order that limits applicant presentation time. Staff selected an alternative that was practically feasible and fulfilled most of the project objectives. The Planning Commission, in a 5-2 vote with 2 absent, agreed with staff's recommendation. However, under the California Environmental Quality Act, the board can pick another alternative and/or craft a new alternative project and instruct staff to bring forward another resolution. Staff found that the size, potential ridgeline effect, viewshed, and ESHA impacts of the reduced height project are comparable to other Pebble Beach development, such as Abercrombie, that was that in 2012 with PLN 100612 was approved. There have been violations to trees and dune, which were addressed by an after the fact permit. Tree planting was not a complete success for that permit, so additional tree planting is added to this permit's mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. All other parts of that were cleared. There were violations that led to the existing structure being red tagged. The violations were addressed by an investigation by the sheriff's office, and then code enforcement worked with the Historic Resources Review Board to craft a mothball protection plan to keep the structure safe and supported. There is a stipulated agreement in place, and by granting the demolition permit, hazardous and unsafe conditions of the existing structure could be corrected. I believe that our chief of planning and maybe the chief of building services are available to answer any other questions on this topic. Click. So staff recommends that the board deny the 3 appeals, certify the EIR for the Signal Hill LLC project, and in staff's recommendation is for alternative 9, which is the reduced height project, and adopt a statement of overriding considerations that would allow the demolition of the Connell House and approve the structure in its stead. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for comments and questions.
All right. Before we, let's go to the applicant and then the appellants. We'll give 15 minutes to each. So if you want to save a couple minutes for rebuttal, I would encourage you to do that. And our clerk could alert you. So if you want to go 13 minutes and save 2 minutes for rebuttal, please let the clerk know.
So are you saying that the total I have is 15 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
And you reserve some time for a response after the appellants speak, if you want to do that.
Okay. I'm going to wait till he
Yes.
gets the slide up.
And we'll start your time when your presentation is ready to roll. And then for the appellants, we're providing 5 minutes each because there's 3 appellants, and you could plan to use your time as you wish among the 3 appellants. If there is any coordination, otherwise we'll give 5 minutes each.
Okay.
Screen went out again. The back one is on. It's sideways that go out.
Ready?
Okay.
The house was purchased in 2014 as a tear down house 19 years ago. I met with the previous owners who were 94 years old to clearly explain my plan in purchasing their home. The house was in a very bad condition. I purchased the house as is. I essentially bought the land. There were no disclosure, no inspection. No one told me this house was historical. I have no intention of buying a house to demolish if other people think it's worth keeping. I then hired Ricardo Legoretta from Mexico. Ricardo was an amazing person and a brilliant architect. He was awarded the prestigious UIA Gold Medal in 1999 and AIA Gold Medal in 2000. Ricardo first visited the house in 2007, then in 2008, and then the last visit, 2009. My daughter and I drove Ricardo from San Francisco Airport to Pebble Beach for final design review. He took samples of the dune soil and plants to match the color. His vision of the design was for it to blend into the dunes environment. The design was originally submitted to the planning department 14 years ago. I can't make 14 years and speak in 10 minutes. He made several large physical models. This is how master architects do. Ricardo revised the design, reduced the site. I invited Betsy and Sam Reeves to my house to look at the model in October of 2009. Sam told me it was time for somebody to tear this house down. They didn't care about the house. They gave me two comments, location and size. We took both of those comments, Ricardo revised the design, produced a new model, and brought the size to what we thought was amicable to all parties. After the design was revised, the new model came in. I invited Sam Reeves and Tony Ritter. They visited the house again in 2019 to look at the model. The revised design was submitted in 2010. We went through several iterations of design changes to get a final design that everybody agreed to, including the planning department. The FAR for the design came down to 12.5%. Allowable is 17.5%. The square footage of the house, I'd like you to pay attention, is 9,800. 2,000 is in the basement. We should have counted it, but my architect did. We total up and it becomes 11,900. You can see the model. Is existing lot coverage is 7.5%. The new one is 8.5, only 1% increase. And then the orientation and the location. We brought the new house exactly on top of the old house and expanded a little bit on the north side. So the slope, the only slope we have 30% is the driveway. The house has to have driveway. You can't have a house without a driveway. And the whole land is a slope. The house was designed to really respect massing, proportion, and relief angle with the Pebble Beach architectural vocabulary. The new house has to be modernized to meet the current building code. I'm not adding any levels. There are two-story house there. All I'm doing, increasing the height so that I can fit in utilities and all of the other stuff that you need for the new code. What's the new code? Life safety, fire sprinkler, waterproofing, flashing, home automation, drainage, wind and seismic load increases the bulk of the metal stud that you have to put in, erosion and flood control. Okay, let's talk about historic nonsense. In 2010, I hired Anthony Kirk to do a historical evaluation, which is part of the process in Monterey County when a house becomes 50 years old. He concluded the building is significant because of its type, modernism, period, mid-century, modern, region, Pebble Beach. It has no mention of the architect Neutra. He also said that making a definitive assertion is impossible. We then hired Sheila McElroy and 5 other historians. They found the residence designed by Neutra is not identified as one of Neutra's exemplary or particularly distinctive residential design and diffuse Kirk's opinion. I called Anthony Kirk in 2012, and then he advised me that he was working for Lombardo. Lombardo started paying Kirk to mobilize activists around the world. That was the beginning of the historical nomination process, which was one of their many delay tactics. And this is the agreement between Lombardo and Kirk. We prepared countless studies, reports, arguments to show that this house was not historic. Tony Lombardo visited the house in 2013 with Sam Reeves and Tony Ritter. They told us that they don't care about the house, I can demolish. At the February 5th, 2013 Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, we have emailed you the video. They're on the record that they do not care about the existing house. We can demolish, and they will not make an issue of the historic. Yet here we are today, 10 years later, and they're raising this historical nonsense to delay my project. In June 2015, county requested a structural evaluation. By their recommendation, I hired Belinda Tabulan, who is a historian and preservationist. She said this house needs to be demolished. And then HRB moved forward to issue mothball plan. It cost me enormous amount of money, time, aggravation, and frustration to implement. I was ordered to remove all moldy structure, studs, and secure the house. I had to have someone lived on the RV on the driveway and secured the house. So I thought this was a temporary shoring. As years go by, people living in the RV cause all sorts of problems, as you can imagine. I spent so much money and time for unnecessary maintenance and repair to keep the house standing on one leg till EIR complete. I thought EIR would take 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. It took 14 years from the day we started applying for the permit. The structure report in 2017, the county hired Ron Hamburger, historian and preservationist. He concluded the existing structure from the original design, not since I bought the house, is degraded to the extent the demolition is the only option. He said preservation alternative is demolition and then reconstruction. If you reconstruct, it becomes replica. HRRB said they will not accept replica. Yet the county, under pressure from my neighbor, required me to go through EIR, knowing full well that the house was to be demolished. Anyway. Okay, let's look at ESHA issue. I don't know you fully understand what I committed. I committed to take entire land other than the yellow area to convert into dune land. This is the most expensive ESHA commitment any applicant made in Monterey County. I'm doing it because of this nightmare I want to get over. And look at the hash line and versus solid line. My new house is on top of the existing house. I'm just expanding a little bit. And then the blue is previously disturbed area. And look at my neighbor. This neighbor is the first house on Signal Hill, which was approved by Planning Commission, and Sam Reed did not oppose and did not appeal. So look at their on the right side, the green, a tiny green, they're converting the ESHA. 2,000 square feet, 7,000 square feet compared to mine, which is 72,000 square feet. The yellow is how much they're extending into ESHA, and the land is smaller. All the white area is ice plant. They're going to leave it alone. Okay, look at the ridge line. This is just the beauty to look at this ridge line. My neighbor has a clear ridge line issue. This photo was what Planning Commission approved, and Sam Reed did not object. Compare this one to mine, which is from the same viewing area, Fanshell Beach. The other house is 7,995 square feet and 27.5 feet elevation, the height. And they're adding complete new story on top of it. This is smack in middle of the ocean on 17 Mile Drive. And then look at my ESHA. I have no ridgeline development whatsoever. All the ridgeline is just made up. Lombardo and Reeves support ridgeline development for my neighbor's house on my street with far greater unavoidable impact, and yet he opposes my project, which present no ridgeline development. In Pebble Beach, there are very many large-scale homes, in contrast to Tony Lombardo's skewed data that he is going to present to you. This is the fight between two neighbors, and preservationists are used as pawns in a game. Early on, after I bought the house, I was considering hiring Lombardo at the suggestion of someone from Pebble Beach company. He said, Massey, I can get you a 16,000 square feet home here in Pebble Beach. I just did it for another residence. Lombardo Reeves has orchestrated opposition teams since 2012 by asking my historian to go against me and write a report to suit their cause. That's unethical. I have no idea when I bought the house that my family and I would be subjected to 19 tumultuous years. The financial penalty that I had to endure for the past 19 years is beyond tolerable for no reason. No one in this county should go through what I've been through. It's time to stop it. Nowhere in California, a neighbor gets to delay a project for the purpose of harassment other than Monterey County, not 14 years delay. I have received overwhelming support from people at Pebble Beach. I get emails, phone calls from people whom I never met or know. They're angry, frustrated, disgusted. The county waited too long and created unnecessary hardship for me and my family. You have responsibility to not extend this harassment. No person should be deprived of her property, nor shall private property be taken for public use. The staff recommendation includes many conditions of approval that are imposed on me, while nothing has been imposed on other projects. But I am willing to stand in front of you and agree so that I can put an end to the nightmare and torture that I've been through for 15 years. Please, you supervisor, have the opportunity to stop this insanity now. And let me just give you a quick thing on trees. They're crying over the trees. There was a permit, after the fact permit. I was supposed to plant 2 trees. I planted once, they die. I planted again, they die. The third time I planted, one survived. Look at that beautiful tree that is there. And the other one, we rolled it into the new permit. I did everything the county asked me. There's nothing that I haven't done. And what else can I do? And this house, I can't maintain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How much time is left? Okay, we'll save that for her rebuttal. Now let's hear from the appellants. And I want to see who wants to go first, and we'll give 5 minutes each, unless you guys have want to coordinate your 15 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take approximately 9 minutes.
Okay.
And if we could bring up my PowerPoint, that'd be great. While we're waiting for that, Anthony Lombardo, on behalf of the Reeves, I just would caution the board that people always don't testify accurately. And you heard a lot of statements today which are either incorrect or complete fabrications. For example, I never told anyone that they would get a 16,000 square foot house. I was never hired by Miss Metapor nor offered to be hired by her. So I'd like to keep that in mind when the perpetrator becomes the victim. That's when you need to be careful. Okay, if we could go to the first slide. She bought the house in 2004 with the intention of demolishing it, as she stated. She has testified previously that she did no investigation as to whether there were any restrictions on removal of the house, that she had no disclosure of anything. And however, as you can see from this slide, sometime between 2007 and 2009, she was obviously apprised of the problem of Mr. Legaretto's design, which was it proposed to be constructed where there were 2 landmark cypress trees and environmentally sensitive dune habitat. In 2009, the site was red tagged by the county for illegal tree removal, which the applicant said was done because her gardeners misunderstood when she said she meant to prune the trees. They thought she meant take them out. And the dune habitat, as you can see degraded in the lower right-hand corner, she said was done by her grandchildren. She fought the restoration requirements because it was inconsistent, of course, with her desire to build the large home. Next slide, please. The Board of Supervisors ultimately required her to replace the trees. This is showing video or the screenshot showing the 4 replacement cypress trees, some of which were to be put back in where the landmark trees were removed in order that she not benefit from her illegal tree removal. The next slide, please. Her lawyer showed a picture showing how the trees would grow and flourish in 5 years and screen the house as had existed before the illegal tree removal. Next slide, please. And as you can see, that's yesterday. There's absolutely no screening whatsoever. The trees have not flourished, and not surprisingly so, because those trees are in the location where the applicant desires to build the new mansion. The applicant red tag was cleared because of the after the fact permit, and she proceeded with her application. She had a historic review report, next slide please, done by Dr. Anthony Kirk in 2010. This is how the house looked then. Next slide. You can see the house is in fine condition. Next slide. You can see the living space, carpeting, television, furniture, windows, glazing intact. The applicant was informed by the county that because her report says it was a historic structure, which was confirmed by the HRB, by the way, not just Dr. Kirk, that an EIR would have to be prepared and a statement of overriding considerations would have to be adopted, allowing the destruction of a historic resource. After that time, there was a long delay in starting the EIR. Funding agreements didn't get done. In fact, it took 42 months for the EIR to get started. And if you go to the next slide, please, this is what happened in that intervening 42 months. The house was destroyed, possibly because someone was made aware of the fact that demolishing a historic resource is not easy and you'd have to adopt a statement of historic or overriding considerations. Look at this house now compared to that 2010 photo, which you can't get legally, I guess vandals can get for you. Next slide, please. Structural members drilled through, beams drilled through. Next slide, please. That's vandals with chainsaws. Next slide, please. See what the note, this is the county's notes. The studs were sawn through and all of the structural members destroyed. What vandal does that, really? Next slide, please. In fact, the violation still exists today. This is the current county file. All of those items are in violation on this property. I'm honestly don't know why we're even here today, because you're not supposed to grant permits while there's an outstanding violation, including the fact that the house was not properly protected after it was vandalized in order to prevent it from being further damaged, which of course at some point would certainly help the idea of demolition. Next slide, please. We're getting the conduct of the applicant. Let's look at the law. This property is located in environmentally sensitive habitat. The area in gray is the area where new development can occur. The area outside of the gray to the yellow lines are where the applicant is proposing to develop. It cannot happen. It violates the Del Monte Forest Local Coastal Plan and the Coastal Act. Next slide. Those are the policies in the Del Monte Forest Local Coastal Plan. And the bottom one, which says Signal Hill Dunes shall be preserved through open space conservation, not developed. Next slide, please. The Coastal Commission has sent 3 emails to the county staff explaining that to them. This is one from the Planning Commission that says the expansion of the residential development is a non-resource dependent use such as proposed here, meaning the new home, is not permissible. This is not legal. You cannot build on ESHA. They're limited to the existing disturbed area, which is what every other applicant has been limited to in this area of the coastal zone in the Signal Hill Dunes. This property is also located in a design control district. Next slide, please. That says you're supposed to look at the location, the site, protect the neighborhood character. And next slide, please. Pebble Beach Company took the rather extraordinary step in January of this year, writing a letter to the Planning Commission saying they were concerned about just that fact. Next slide, please. In fact, they pointed out 3 areas where they were concerned about the size of this house affecting the residential neighborhood character, the dunes, and ESHA. Again, ignored. Next slide, please. That's the difference between the house that's there and the house that's proposed, the application made. Next slide, please. This is the neighborhood. You can see the homes are an average of about 4,000 to 4,500 square feet. And this house is proposed to be 14,500 square feet. It's completely out of character with the neighborhood. Next slide, please. That's the type of houses that are in this neighborhood. Next slide, please. The EIR said there were several feasible alternatives. 6 were found to be feasible. 5 included mitigation for the impact on the historic resource. 1 did not. The one that did not was the only one the applicant would accept. Next slide, please. That requires you to adopt a statement of overriding considerations to destroy the historic home, which is the staff proposed to be based on the fact that construction jobs will be created, new property tax revenue will occur, and the applicant won't agree to live in a NOITRA designed house. If that was a basis for statement of overriding considerations, there's no project in Monterey County that wouldn't qualify no matter what the impacts were. Next, please. The staff's recommendations, I think, are telling. They said that the preservation alternative was the environmentally superior alternative, but that the applicant wouldn't agree to it. And if they didn't approve the demolition of the house and the building of the new house, the applicant would likely sue. So in closing, Mr. Chair and members of the board, I'm at a loss to explain the staff recommendation. It ignores the Coastal Act, 3 letters from the Coastal Commission. It ignores the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan. It ignores the zoning ordinance regulations, Pebble Beach Company's requirements, and the prior restoration plan approved by your board that required those trees go back there. And that's off the table now. So I would respectfully request, Mr. Chair, that you grant the appeals and require that the home be redesigned to meet the requirements of the Coastal Act and the zoning ordinance and the consistency with the neighborhood and not violate the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How much time was that? Of the 9 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so there are 6 minutes, 38 seconds left.
I can share screen here. Oh, boy.
I don't know if any IT staff here?
Neutra, Neutra. It's not.
That way she could put you in as a panelist. Yes, I think Jorge back there.
He's going to take the names.
Have any audio on your print?
No.
There you go. And we should always encourage presenters to try to get their technology ready before the meeting, just to make sure it's all working.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm Dr. Raymond Richard Neutra. I'm here today because I'm concerned about the precedent that any decision here may make. I'm a public health physician working on the Navajo in South America. And for 30 years as a epidemiologist, I headed a research division at the California Department of Public Health, dealing with things like pesticides and other issues in the state. So I'm used to administrative issues. I'm now the president of the Neutra Institute for Survival Through Design, which has a mission of preserving the Neutra legacy and using it for evidence-based responsible design. And I'm here because I oppose the neglect of listed historic properties. And I decry the failure to investigate unpermitted destruction of listed historic properties. And I oppose using destruction through neglect as a reason for demolishing a listed historic structure. Why is it historic? 20 years into my father's career in 1949, he was on the Time cover and characterized as second only to lordly Frank Lloyd Wright. He'd come to the United States in the 1920s to work with Wright, and then went out on his own in the mid-1920s. And when apartment houses looked like this, in 1927, he designed an apartment house like this and reconsidered what apartments should look like. In 1929, he designed the steel frame Lovell Health House and School. Today, it has been bought for $10 million and is under a major reconstruction. In 1926, he designed this prefabricated ring plan school, which reset the ideas of how schools should be designed, including these schools, earthquake resistant schools in the island of Puerto Rico. He designed low-cost housing and neighborhoods. And in 1946, he designed this house for the man who had Frank Lloyd Wright's Falling Water House in Pennsylvania. And this house fell into great disrepair and was restored at great cost and difficulty. He designed the Los Angeles Hall of Records with its energy efficient louvers, the Gettysburg Visitor Center, and this visitor center at the Painted Desert with a school and residences and meeting houses. It is now under reconstruction by the park department and is a National Historic Landmark. The Neutra studio and residences, part of which burned and had to be restored by my father and brother, is also a National Historic Landmark. And here is Adam Schiff unveiling the plaque a couple of years ago. So this historic career also has an important Monterey linkage. Starting in 1968, he was invited by Watrous and Denny to Carmel to lecture about those projects I showed you. He became a big friend of the Westons, and Brett Weston's first publication was the cover of one of my dad's book in 1930. In 1940, he designed this beautiful house on Jack's Peak, which has subsequently been disfigured. And with the architect of your airport, Robert Jones, designed this community center, which unfortunately didn't get built because of World War II. He was a big friend of Monterey personality John Nesbitt, a radio commentator for whom he designed this house in 1940 in Brentwood. So Arthur Connell came to him knowing what he was going to get, someone who was very interested in the environment. And this is how the house nestled. You could call it the sand dune house, with its linear hovering planes hovering over the sand dunes without disturbing them, with a sheltered patio and looking out of Fanshell Beach. And then I want you to remember this vision, because you'll see how it has changed. So we've heard the history of the owner's stewardship, and I can understand how frustrating it is to her. She feels that the application of the law to her has been selective, but she did occupy it and had renters in it to 2007. The Mettlers had lived there happily for 32 years. When she requested that it be torn down, her own expert said that it was historic, and then she let him go. And then neighbors began opposing it for two reasons, partly for what it was going to do to the environment, and then those who cared about the historic nature. The Association of Monterey Area Preservationists, who hired Barbara Lamprecht, a historian, and Tony Kirk, historian, to make an application. And there was a formal process where the State Historic Preservation Office in 2014 said, yes, they listed it as a state historic project. So now it's listed. A year later, and the owner did not mention this exciting event. In June 2015, a year after it had been listed by the State Historic Office, and 5 years after Tony Kirk said it was historic, someone spent hours with chainsaw cutting supports. And neither the owner nor the county made any serious attempt to identify who was responsible. But the owner, as he has said, was required to shore up the house and install a guard, which was done for a while, but for a number of years, there's been nothing to keep the vandals out. So this is what it looked like in 2012. And you've seen this picture of, and just look at the amount of work to do that. Now, what are the hypotheses of who might do this? It could be that there was a new kind of random vandal who liked to go into houses, spend hours cutting them down. And then if that was the case, it was a danger to the rest of the community, and you'd think the county would want to investigate it.
Sir, time is up. So if you could wrap up your comments, please.
All right, I'll wrap it up now. You can see this is just a couple of months ago, what the place looks like. So what is the policy? Is it going to be that despite Monterey being historic, a Silicon Valley millionaire can buy one of those properties, historic properties, say the Steinbeck house, millionaire can allow it to fall into disrepair. Monterey has a policy of not investigating negligent or purposeful destruction of the sort that we saw. And the millionaires know that they can use the damage for which they themselves are responsible to justify the demolition of that historic property.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And we'll add another 30 seconds to the applicant's time, just to make it even. Okay. If you want to use your last couple of minutes for rebuttal.
Can I use it now?
Yes, or yes, you could use it now and then we
Or I
could.
can use it after staff?
You want to go to staff to answer any of these questions? And then, yes, we could go to staff first and then we could go to you to respond.
Staff doesn't have anything to add. I do believe there's one more appellant in this case.
But I think we gave 15 minutes. How much time are you going to use? I told them to coordinate.
I can actually speak during public comments if that's acceptable.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, because just to make that the time allocation fair to both sides, we'll give you 2 minutes for your rebuttal to utilize at this time, and then we'll open it up for questions from the board. And then
Okay.
go to public comment.
I'm sick and tired of being accused of vandalism. Do you have any evidence? You cannot accuse me. Yes, they brought up many, many times. I don't know, maybe somebody planted. I am too busy to pay attention to what's going on in a house that I had to do a temporary shoring. When HRRB issued temporary shoring, I told them that this can only last 12 months. They said, oh, we're going to be done in 12 months. 12 months went to 8 years. Tony Lombardo brought up that it took 42 months from the time we started EIR till the contract. You know who delayed it? They delayed it because the county interviewed the EIR consultant. Every consultant they interviewed, they had connection with Sam Reeves, and we couldn't hire them. We went to South to hire somebody. And this is the pain I went through. And I can't believe he's bringing the same thing against me. You did it 42 months, not me. I was anxious to hire EIR consultant and to move on. And they constantly exaggerate and lie about the square footage. He just said 14,999. Can't you read a number on the drawing, on the board? And you're educated. So the official number that the architect calculated is 11,900. 2,000 of that square feet is in the basement, is not exposed. So if you want to calculate the way other people calculate, is basically 9,800. And I will go on the record. I have an email from you, Anthony Lombardo, to tell me that you got permit for George Roberts' house, 16,000 square feet, and he was about to get permit for another house on Signal Hill. This is all made up to push me, to fight against me. There's only one reason they're doing it. It's not my house. Okay, the house there
Thank you.
was.
Thank you very much. Appreciate people sticking to their times as best as was possible. We're now, if we have any questions, otherwise we could go to public comment first. Any questions for staff?
Just one quick question, not for staff. So, Ms. Metapor, I just wanted to ask a question. When you found out that your home had been vandalized, did you report it to the Pebble Beach Security or to the sheriff's office?
Yes, I did. I brought the insurance company, I hired them, and they came in, Pebble Beach Company investigated, the sheriff investigated, was not only once, was multiple times. I couldn't figure out who's doing it. Because one night I remember, I came with a team of friends from LA, and I was going to stay at their house. I said, I'm going to go to my house. I never stayed there more than a night because it was so miserable. I walk in, the glass was shattered. And then I called the sheriff. I said, I'm scared to hear. And then I called my friends. I went to their house and they came in. They couldn't figure out what it was. I mean, the glass in the bedroom I was going to sleep was completely shattered. Insurance company couldn't figure out. And not only that, after I put an RV and a security guy on the driveway to watch the house, was 12 months, right? And then 2 years later, that guy created obstacle that people going inside the house. We used to get call from security at Pebble Beach saying that your house is this, your house is that. They were tired of it. You cannot keep this house.
So can you tell me, did the insurance company reimburse you for the damage that was done?
The original damage, yes, there were so many damages. Yes, they reimbursed minor amount of mold in the house that they did it, but the rest of them, they couldn't figure out what it was. No, I did not get reimbursed for the damages. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions at this point? Otherwise, we'll go to public comment. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
just for staff, what is the size of this dwelling that we have? So we can kind of get
Have
this
been
settled.
A lot of numbers running around. As is on the staff report, the square footage of the house is as stated. It's 11,933 square feet. And other statements were made. Many different images were pulled up showing how much impact it would have in terms of its area. Staff prefers to look to the EIR's evaluation of added impervious surface, which is the area that would be transformed into hardscape. And that is approximately 3,000 square feet more than the existing structure.
All right. And the only other question I have is how many, it made reference that there's been multiple violations. How many violations are recorded?
We have a list.
We also have our billing official, Josh Bowling, I believe, available to help answer that. There's quite a story to the different things that have occurred over time. There was a tree removal and sand dune degradation, and then there was the conditions of the house that led to an unsafe condition that caused it to be red tagged. Then a mothballing plan was approved that included on-site security. And then that mothballing plan required several follow-up investigations to ensure it was being complied with properly.
Just wanted to add that the tree removal and dune restoration was required by a previous permit that was an after the fact permit and was considered almost closed except for one tree did not survive. And so that's rolled over into this permit. But generally we do not, re-air issues that were closed through a permit previously.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to public comments now on this. Could I see a raise of hands? How many people would like to comment on this? Okay. Not a reasonable amount. Let's go to 2 minutes each. 2 minutes each, sir.
All right. Then my name is Jeffrey Beckham. I'm the Vice President of AMAP, the Alliance of Monterey Area Preservationists. We represent hundreds of concerned citizens, not only in Monterey County, but throughout the world, who are interested in historic preservation. And so the Connell House is right up our alley. We've had a long involvement with the Connell House starting in 2008 when we learned about the destruction of the trees and the dunes. And that alerted us that the Connell House was possibly in danger. So that's what brought us on board. It wasn't anyone else. The Connell House is an important historic property without a doubt. It's the only remaining Neutra property in Monterey County. It's the only one ever built on the water. It's one of the handful in Northern California, and it's really something that needs to be protected. It's still in its original location, and its setting is much the same as when it was first constructed in 1958. I'm going to try and move really quickly through this. Dave Potter, who was on your board for years, said that the damage done to the structure was intentional and not vandalism. He told the owner that he wanted to see a restoration plan to put the house back together, and there is nothing that cannot be rebuilt. Because county officials are required to review the building the way it looked at the time of the application for demolition, the demolition permit, the significant damage that occurred post-application must not be considered and must not be used as justification for saying it is now beyond repair or no longer historic. Both the vandalism and the subsequent damage due to lack of maintenance and general disregard for the upkeep of this historic property are not acceptable reasons now to allow demolition. Is that it? For a property this important that's on the state and national registers, all modifications to the property must follow the Secretary of the Interior standards for preservation and restoration. Demolition cannot be mitigated and is not an option.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next person. Yeah, when you hear the buzzer, just if you could just wrap up your comments.
My name is Polly Osborne. I'm the current president of AIA, American Institute of Architects, Monterey County, Monterey Bay. We're opposed to the demolition of the only house of Richard Neutra on the Monterey Peninsula. And if possible, I'd like to give the rest of my time to Jeff Beckham. Is that possible?
We don't allow that.
Okay. All right. Well, I've said what I need to say.
Thank you very much.
My name is Kent Seavey. I was the first county historical coordinator in Monterey County, and I was the chairman of the Monterey County Historic Advisory Commission for 10 years. I would like to fully support Dr. Neutra's recommendation, except only alternative one for the final EIR on the subject property. The Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic property has a Stanford for reconstruction. The doctor has the plans, has the documentary evidence to do that. Historic preservation is an important tool in Monterey County's economic development through cultural tourism. The continued loss of significant historic resources in the county diminishes the concept of continuity and change that encourages cultural tourism. More importantly, the lack of attention paid to monitoring abuse of county preservation policies and procedures, as has been the case in this problem, is eroding the rule of law, suggesting to others, perhaps encouraging them to disregard our ordinances and policies regarding historic preservation and simply pay the piper and do whatever they want with their property without significant consequence for people with means.
Thank you very much. Next speaker in chambers. And then we'll go to those online after everyone speaks who's with us in person.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Through the chair, my name is Jennifer Rosenthal, and I'm here on behalf of a neighbor of property, Tony Ritter, who has been referenced through the applicant's presentation today. On behalf of Mr. Ritter, we submitted written and public comment at the Planning Commission in opposition to approval of this project. We also submitted written opposition yesterday to the clerk of the board. So I hope you all were able to receive that. And I'm before you today to emphasize my client's concern about approval of this project and to state for the record that this is not a matter of harassment upon the applicant. In an effort to save time, I'd like to incorporate Mr. Lombardo's and the other appellant's positions to my presentation. And most importantly, I think it must be highlighted that approval of this project will set precedent in the county for people who don't follow the rules. And I'm sure many of you are aware that I represent many businesses in Salinas and their project applicants, and they're being forced weekly and daily the threat of their businesses being closed because they're not following proper land use requirements. They're not getting their permits finalized in enough time. They're not meeting secret requirements. They are getting fined and in trouble for taking out trees without permits, and they're not being able to move their projects forward. here, as you've seen through the presentations, rules have been broken and continue to be broken. The applicant's refusal to comply with the conditions and or entertain any feasible alternatives is no reason for this project to be approved or for staff to recommend it. And on behalf of my clients, I respectfully request that you uphold the appeal, set aside the Planning Commission's decision, and adopt alternative 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next person in chambers.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Estrada. I'm here before you today to request appeal of the Planning Commission decision in the matter of Signal Hill in favor of alternative 1. I request, I do respect the HRRB. However, in this matter, the decision of a very limited number of their members was, in my opinion, a failure to uphold their mission to preserve historic resources. If instead they'd recommended alternative 1, this environmentally preferable alternative, it would avoid negative impacts to the historic structure and property and would comply with all of the land use policies, codes, and laws. The Planning Commission reached a decision that they relied upon this flawed recommendation. The Planning Commission hearing was conducted unfairly with prejudice to the property owner, allowing her significantly more time to make her case, as happened today, and was allowed the freedom to interrupt many times with her comments in opposition to the speakers at that time who wished to state the facts relevant to the case and rebut her statements. To the legal facts, the proposed demolition is inconsistent with plans and policies in place for the Damani Forest Land Use Plan, Monterey County Coastal Implementation Plan, County Code Title 18, and Goal 52 of the county's general plan. Please uphold this appeal of the Planning Commission's finding in the matter of Signal Hill. Do not reward property owners who aim to demolish historic resources by failing in their responsibilities to maintain them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as chair, I want to be clear on the record that we've allowed the applicant and the appellants equal time. Next person who would like to speak in chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's quite curious that Tony Lombardo did not refute today that he publicly agreed before this body in 2013 that they would not make an issue of historical. He had ample time to do so, and now he's up here lying about the square footage of all things. This entire saga is a complete charade. There are preservationists that see through this nonsense. Joel Panzer emailed you a letter of support for Massey, but was unavailable to dial in today. He has spoken in support of Massey publicly at both the Planning Commission and the HRRB. What's interesting about him is he's receiving a Preservationist of the Year award from one of the appellants, the Alliance of Monterey Area Preservationists. I hope you read that letter. This is someone that wants to preserve and sees through this nonsense. Please take your guidance from people like that. Raymond Neutra and Anthony Lombardo have shamelessly accused Massey of being some sort of vandal. You cannot just make these types of accusations without proof. That's not how these hearings are supposed to be conducted. Given the extreme measures her opponents have taken to harass and bully her, yes, I will say harass, who is to say that this wasn't some type of false flag operation. If we're going to throw out accusations without proof, two can play that game. In summary, the decade-long campaign of harassment and discrimination must come to an end. Please follow the rulings of the Planning Commission and the HRRB, entities that are responsible for these types of issues, to approve the demolition of the existing pile of rubble and approve the new project, which should be the only house in the county designed by the late, great Mexican master architect, Ricardo Legarreta.
Thank you very much. Next person in chambers. See no one else coming forward. Let's go to those online.
Karen Thorpe. Karen Thorpe.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm a friend of Massey Metaphors. I've known her quite a while through golf. We're both members at Monterey Peninsula Country Club. She is an outstanding citizen. She's a mother, grandmother, a businesswoman. She only has good intentions and should not have been denied building her home on Signal Hill in Pebble Beach in the first place. Any house Mrs. Metapore builds adds value and beauty to her neighborhood, and it will be a tribute to Pebble Beach. The Planning Commission approved her project. The Historic Resources Review Board approved her project. The Planning Department staff recommended project approval. Please don't go backwards, please. I really think that, the years that she's gone through are enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go to the next person.
S. Kaysen.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. My name is Sarah Kaysen. I'm a full-time resident in Pebble Beach, and I strongly support Monterey County's approval of Massey Metapore's proposed project at 1170 Signal Hill Road in Pebble Beach, just as the Planning Commission and the Historic Resource Review Board have both already recommended. Based on the information presented in the EIR, the Planning Commission meeting, and the HRRB meeting, the existing red-tagged house should be replaced with the proposed new house designed by an architect who has been honored with the AIA Gold Medal, the most prestigious award in architecture. Ms. Metapore has gone to extraordinary lengths to meet the requirements to build her house on her property. Please deny the appeals and approve this project today. Thank you for your time and taking my comments into consideration.
Thank you very much. Go to the next person.
Phone number ending in 800.
And if you're on your phone, I think if you press *6, you will unmute yourself on Zoom to be heard.
Did that work successfully?
There you go.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chair and members of the board, my name is Dr. Francis J. Crossan. I'm speaking in strong support of the January 25th, 2023 report of the Planning Commission regarding this matter before you. I've known Ms. Metapore for over 30 years, brought honor to her profession, her family, and her community where I live. I stayed at the property in question about 15 years ago. Obvious to me then that the quality of the home and the condition of the home was inconsistent with those homes that I see in Pebble Beach. I agreed with her plans to replace the home with one of higher quality, more suited to the natural beauty of its location and the traditions of 17 Mile Drive. Over the ensuing years, I've had difficulty understanding the many obstacles Ms. Metapore and her family have been thrust upon them in their efforts to undertake this project. It seems to me now a matter of simple justice that she be permitted to proceed. Quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. from his letter to Birmingham Jail in 1963. Justice too long delayed is justice denied. Thank you for your time.
Next person, please.
AV.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm speaking in support of Massey Metapore's project almost 20 years after she bought the house and over 17 years since she first submitted a design to the Planning Commission and over 10 years since the neighbor's attorney publicly agreed before the Board of Supervisors that they would not make an issue of the house being supposedly historical, and over 8 years since the county, through the HRRB, ordered a senseless mothball plan driven by the neighbor, which essentially amounted to a demolition of the existing house, and over 4.5 years since the draft EIR was completed, and over 6 months since the project was supposed to go before the Planning Commission, but was delayed for the umpteenth time by the neighbor's attorney, this time in order to accommodate his vacation plans. And over 3 months since the HRRB voted to tear down the existing propped up structure and approve the house. And over 3 months since the Planning Commission approved the demolition of the current decrepit eyesore with a beautiful new Ricardo Legarreta designed home. I am very excited for you to deny the frivolous appeals and approve the Massey Metapore project today. A new house designed by a world-renowned architect, Ricardo Legarreta, who has since passed away, will be a new historical house worth viewing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person.
Bill Bernstein. His hand's raised. I'm just asking him to unmute.
Bernstein.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I am the architect of record on the project. Massey hired me in 2006, right after she hired Ricardo. I just want to say, despite several comments, we had no idea that this house was designed by Neutra. I heard one of the preservationists said in 2008, they issued a notification, but we were not informed of this until after our submittal to the Planning Commission. And Joe Panza and Maureen Ruck, by the way, were part of that, and neither one of them had any idea. So the entire intent was to build this new home. I've worked with Ricardo for years and years. It's a beautiful design. He is a master architect in his own right. He passed away in 2011, unfortunately. And this, in fact, would be the last project ever built in the world that was designed by Mr. Legaretta. So there is an historic content to this that will be part of the new project. And I also want to say that the entire dune here is going to be restored, which is a tremendous benefit for 17 Mile Drive, for Monterey County. And I think that the entire project being proposed is going to be beautiful and well worth the support of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person.
There's no more hands raised.
Last call for public comments. Seeing none, we'll bring this back to the board. Let's go. Any staff want to respond to any of the comments that were made? Quickly.
I think there was one comment made about the inability of the county to consider the existing conditions of the structure. That is, I think, a reference to the ability for us to determine the baseline for the purposes of environmental analysis. We did the environmental analysis as though this was a historic structure that did not lose its integrity. We are now able to factor in the condition of the home as it exists today. But that is not a reason for not having addressed it in the environmental impact report.
Thank you. Okay, so let's now bring this back to the board for discussion and a decision here. Anyone want to go first? Supervisor Adams, your district. Start us off, please.
Well, it is my district and I'm very proud to represent it. And it always saddens me when there are these kinds of controversies that we have to deal with, because somebody's going to end up being unhappy. There's no question about that. We've been dealing with this for so many years, and I can appreciate all of the difficulties that each side has had in trying to sort this out. And I know it's very, very painful for everyone. There are many things that I've heard today kind of making me think, yes, no. I've gone back and forth 100 times just sitting here listening to the different presentations that have been made. I'm familiar with that neighborhood and have been for many years. And I've seen the home itself probably when it was newly built back in the 70s. I had a dear friend who lived just right there. So I was familiar with taking little walks up in the area. I'm not going to even talk about the historic significance of the house. I think that that's an important element. But a couple of things that are really troubling me, though, are the issues surrounding the environmental areas, the ESHA concerns. That really, really worries me. I feel that any kind of development on the dunes and in that sensitive habitat area with the endangered plant and animal species is just really questionable. The other side of the problems that I see with this is that the house is simply too big. The size and scope of it is simply too big for the other houses that are in that area. One of the people who commented said it's going to be a house worth viewing. I don't think that's the idea of that part of the 17 Mile Drive when you've got all of the protected area, the dunes and the different kinds of habitat that's there. I think that's the idea, and that a home should, slip in so that it isn't even recognized as a home. No, there's one house that when you're standing over by Cypress Point and looking back, and it is the shell house. You can't even see the house. It just is nestled into the dunes, and you don't even realize there's a house there until you really look more closely. So I feel like that to me is another issue. But the final thing that I'll say, and I'm hoping that we'll have discussion among ourselves so that this isn't the last thing that I'll say. The thing that bothers me more than anything else is the precedents. I'm really worried that if we allow this to go ahead, that we're setting an example and a message to everybody that if you want to go ahead, just ask for forgiveness. Don't ask for permission. And that this would really be just sort of the proverbial foot in the door for the kind of unbridled disregard for the protection of the areas that we have in our beautiful, beautiful county to protect. And I think it's our responsibility to be conscious of that. We need to be protective of the resource that we have here, the natural resource that we have, and do everything that we can to be able to ensure that we continue to have it. Those are my thoughts. And I thought I would just
Thank you.
start
Get
off
us started.
that way.
Who wants to go next? Supervisor Askew? What are you? And then let's go around the dais.
I think I can echo some of the concerns that Supervisor Adams just shared, and that, there's a long history to this site that has been playing out long before I ever joined this board or sitting here, paying attention to this particular issue. And the concern that I have, I think, in addition to the environmental concerns that I've listed, we're looking at ridgeline, historical resources, ESHA, we're looking at tree removal. I think those are all, concerning, but I think the bigger concern is really how we ensure that we have lawfulness as we move forward as a county. And there's a lot here that I'm struggling to reconcile. So I don't know that I have any specific comments. I do also recognize that, there are property rights that have to be considered as we make these decisions moving forward. So I'm just trying to take all the information in balance. I look forward to the conversation now.
Okay, let's go to Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Church, then I'll speak.
Yeah, happy to, we had a really long debate recently on this board about a shopping center, right? About the same period and the homes that were the designs of that period. And while I didn't agree that that particular designer was one of renown, I think this definitely is. As I shared at that time, my appreciation for mid-century modern designers and art, and that's what I've modeled my home after. When I saw this name 10 years ago, I knew the significance. And so I am concerned about the fact that we're setting precedents given the way this is unraveled. Having worked for a previous supervisor, been behind the scenes for a decade following this, I'm well aware of the ins and outs and the accusations and the prior hearings. So I too am most concerned about the precedents that we might set with a decision today. I look forward to hearing where everybody else is on how we move forward, because I think the condition at this point that's a key question. Is it salvageable, right? But how do we move forward in a way that's recognizing the significance? Because it is a significant design, a significant piece of property, and a significant location. And all those pieces together put us in a different position, I think, than prior. And so standing here today, listening to both sides and the continual flinging of information both directions, I just don't, there's not an option that I feel 100% comfortable with at this time. So I look forward to hearing from the rest of my colleagues and hearing a recommendation.
Thank you. Supervisor Church.
From all I can gather, Richard Neutra is as we've heard here, is really a master architect. Whether that is the issue here or not is it's really a lot more complicated, as my colleagues have pointed across. But whether this house is an exemplary or or significant part of his work is not something can really weigh on, because we can look at John Steinbeck. He wrote some great novels, and he wrote a couple stinkers too. So there's different things to be weighed into that. My understanding is that there is some recognition of this house locally. So we'll take all this in as something significant, but I have to really share some of the same concern. What kind of precedent does this really set? And it's I know from reading the statements that have been submitted that the furnishings, the electrical, the plumbing has all been removed from there too, and there's been damage to it, obviously. Whether it can be rebuilt. Well, Neutrer was an architect, not a builder. So it isn't that we're trying to just preserve that. It's or discussed here that's just trying to preserve the actual structure, but the idea as well. But I'm not saying that's necessarily the way to go. I'm at this point still kind of grappling. It's a tough call. It's been a tough call all along. I've weighed this way, I've weighed that way. But to me, this the precedent of what has happened here in the history of this is of really deep concern, because what will this set for the future?
And first of all, I want to just speak up for John Steinbeck, because I don't know if that was a good example, but he's a Nobel laureate, a Pulitzer Prize winning author, and one of the greatest, many of the greatest pieces in American literature, and our Salinas native son. So I want to make sure we're not dragging his name in this dispute here. But these issues, like as Supervisor Adams was bringing up, are very difficult ones, because I think all of us come with trying to bring a sense of fairness to both sides and trying to hear all the issues. And there are many here, and there's a long history. And it's unfortunate that sometimes this process takes a long time. But at some point, we have to approach this from some common sense and in law school, they taught us about the reasonable person standard. And when you talk about a reasonable person making a major investment in a home, there comes with that a responsibility and a duty to do your research, do your history. And in this case, it seemed like consultants were brought in, experts in property, in real property. And when you're going to make a home, just like when I bought a classic car, I found out who were the owners, where was it made. I researched all the history of that investment, and that's important to hear too. So when I hear comments like we didn't know this was an architect, it's hard to hear that, because if I'm making a very significant investment in a home, I would research all aspects of it, and the experts that I've hired would kind of do that work for you as well. And in here, I hear the applicants' hopes and dreams of trying to invest and build this beautiful home, hired another amazing architect to do these plans as well. But the work of a more recent, of another great architect doesn't take away from the renowned works of another amazing architect. And it was nice to hear the history of the architect's son to just enlighten us more about the original architect's history and the works done not only in Monterey County but throughout the world. I think were pretty impressive. But what I'm concerned here, there's some of the other issues that were brought up. Obviously, the concerns that have come from the Coastal Commission, they seem to have gone to the Coastal Commission staff. They seem to keep signaling to our staff and to the applicants and to the applicant and the appellants that there is some significant concerns here. And obviously those would be legal issues and environmental issues that, if this were to move forward today, would be dealt with also at the Coastal Commission. But I don't think we can ignore them. They are significant. They're on the record. And I think we have to take those into account in our decision today. Obviously, the larger footprint on the square footage has been a concern. This is much larger than the original, the existing development footprint of the existing home. I think almost 3 times as much, just in the square footage of the home itself. And the basements do count in Monterey County. They do count because in places like Carmel, all the fights that come before us are appeals on square footage of a basement. So these are not just things that perhaps in other counties don't count. They're very significant in a coastal county like ours, as we've known from our own experience on appeals to the Planning Commission and to this Board of Supervisors. The other concerns I want to really address, and maybe staff could enlighten me just on the vandalism, because this isn't just like graffiti. This isn't just like weeds growing for lack of landscaping, things that you would see typically from a absent landlord. But if you could enlighten me on this type of vandalism, because it seemed like it was very specific, a type of vandalism I haven't seen occurred. And it astounds me that this type of significant damage to a historic structure, a very expensive home in Pebble Beach, could occur, considering all the technology we have today, cameras and gates, and there's so many ways to try to secure a very expensive home in this particular neighborhood. But in this case, it was specific damage to beams and structures, significant portions of the home. And I could just imagine if that was my home, I would be trying to fix that right away. Certainly try to get law enforcement more involved quickly. But if the staff could just enlighten us of what kind of damage was it, what kind of was it, when did it occur? And if we have any information on how, when the damage did occur, how long did it take after before it was reported to law enforcement?
I have a timeline that I inherited with this project. There have been several planners on this project, and I inherited a timeline that goes back to 2009, August 2009, when the first case was opened, CE 090288, for the removal of 2 cypress trees that were landmark cypress trees. And the planning permit, PLN 100388338, which is before you now, was opened in 2010, June 2010. And then the tree removal issue was closed as discussed with PLN 100418, although one did die after long-term monitoring. Then a complaint was received in 2013, November 2013, of substandard dwelling, improperly maintained dwelling. Our code enforcement did site visits. An administrative permit was issued all in 2013. And a building permit was issued for emergency repair. The emergency repairs of fascia, railing, and window boarding were completed. And that was through construction permit 14 CP 00708 in May of 2014. So there's a little bit of minutia, but there's been a lot. It wasn't just like suddenly vandals ran in and took down the main structure. So I'm just giving you a sense preliminarily. There were some other complaints, and then you want to address the.
Yeah, so our billing official, Josh Bowling, is on the Zoom call. I believe he was the original investigating officer, so it might be best to hear from him.
That would be great, because he had the actual observations and hands-on what damage was done to the structures, because they seemed very specific when it came to damage to the beams and certain significant safety pieces to the home. And I think it's important to put that on the record.
Josh, could you explain what occurred?
Hello, this is Joshua Bowling. I want to make sure everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, supervisors. So I don't have all the exact time stamps in front of me, but I can give my background. I was called out to the site for some damage to the structure, and I'm trying to look up the dates right now as you asked the question. But based on the damage, I believe it was the intent based on the borings, the saw cuttings, and the damage to the support beams. The intent was to damage the structure so it could collapse on top of itself. Upon our investigation and notating that, we did reach out relatively soon to the DA and to the Sheriff's Department, so they had the opportunity to perform their investigations. And we moved forward at that point to order shoring of the structure so it wouldn't further collapse. So at least it would be supported and stay in its two-story state. And then from there, we moved forward with the HARB and moved into a mothballing plan that would protect it from water intrusion and mold, which at that time was ordered, as was stated, removing all the soft materials from the inside, which would be the carpet and the sheetrock and things like that, that would be more susceptible to mold. That way it would stay aired out and just be the framed up supported structure. And I'm looking for those dates right now.
Thank you. And if you could just elaborate on what a boring is, so that those who are not familiar with that could picture in their minds what did they do specifically to those beams?
So one of the pictures that was showed earlier that was a code enforcement picture showed the structural support beams had holes drilled in them in specific spots. That was, I believe the intent was to weaken the beam so then it would collapse. And then all the framing in the walls, which were the exterior walls, and were cut with a sawzall. That way the studs themselves were not supporting the structure, nor the beams that were the upright beams were also cut in two, or like 3/4, depending how fast it appeared somebody was moving, with the intent of the structure falling in on itself, is what it appeared in my opinion.
Thank you for that.
I can fill in the date.
Yes. Please.
So the May 22nd, 2015 is when the case having to do with that significant damage to the internal part of the structure was issued as a notice. And it was actually Talubin Engineering's that went out and reviewed the structural damage, and that was in June 2015, and said that the damage was beyond repair, recommended that the remaining section of the building be shored up. And then there was, as he stated, the stipulated agreement started in 2015 and then was amended in 2017 to allow someone to stay on site to continue to protect the house, but they weren't allowed to live inside.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just about the cypress trees that were cut, because they were ordered to be replanted, and there was some. Could you just elaborate? Those trees were not able to survive, because obviously when it's in order to replant illegal cuttings of some landmark trees, certainly usually arborists are brought in to make sure that those trees can survive. I mean, there's experts who can help to make sure that the care is being properly done to ensure their survival in this type of a situation. So if you could just elaborate on that a bit.
Yes, the PLN 100418 was the after the fact permit that was approved by this body. And it's pretty much the way that Ms. Menapor described it. She followed the instructions and had a professional forester do the replanting plan and go out and monitor and check on them. And the trees failed and were replanted. And the last time that it was replanted, one of the two trees lasted for 4 years and then died. So it didn't quite make the full length of the full monitoring program. And then there was a parting of that applicant. It was parting of that consultant from the applicant's hire. And since then, that person has actually passed away. So I wasn't able to follow up on the personally, unfortunately. But that's the story.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions. Will go to Supervisor Adams. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask another question. Were the trees put back in the exact same spot?
Yes.
That the other trees had
Yes.
gone down?
Yes.
And then did the mothballing process? Was that done?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
You know, there were some additional issues the times that I've gone over to do site visits. I've seen windows were smashed again, and I don't know who is doing that. It seems to be a site of just sort of ongoing vandalism, as is on the record going back to like 2010, 2013.
But it sounds like whomever was doing this knew what they were doing.
I
as
would
the
not
first-
say that about all of the acts of vandalism, no. I think anyone could show up to a place that doesn't have an occupant in it and break windows. And
Actually, I was really referring to the damage that Josh was referring to, the specific boring, the specific beams, that sort of thing.
Yes, so I think in Josh's opinion that it appeared that someone was intentionally trying to destabilize the structure, but the intent is not known and the culprit is not known to the
Okay,
county.
so Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Okay, so I appreciate I think we're all kind of on the same page. Like this just something doesn't add up here. And yet we're in a position where we have to give some direction today. And the realities that are in front of us, as I'm looking at this, we do have some direction from Planning Commission. There's an appeal on the Planning Commission decision. It's very clear that there are significant impacts to whatever direction we give. There's significant impacts leaving the site as it is currently. And so the question that I'm trying to wrap my head around is what are the benefits that override the effects that exist on the site? And I'm just wondering if staff can speak to the recommendation that's before us today. And then the question that I have is, we've given a lot of this board over the past 15 years has directed a lot of things to happen on this property. Do we have the power to direct someone to rebuild a building the way that it was originally set? I mean, is that something that we have the authority to actually direct and to enforce? Would be one of my questions. And then can you speak to the recommendation that's before us today?
Yes, so there are several things that I'll go over if you'll give me a moment. The overriding considerations for the project, as they're spelled out in the resolution, at least at this point, have to do with a significant environmental impact from the demolition of a listed historic structure. It is not a mitigatable impact, so it's significant, unavoidable. In order to prove a project, there have to be reasons why you would approve the project despite its significant effect. Those reasons would be, as they're explained, that this proposal is consistent with the treatment of other properties in the area, that there would be 1.67 acres of sand dune habitat restored as part of the proposal, that there's economic benefits from jobs and from property tax increases, and that it would demolish and alleviate a substandard building that exists now. So those were some of the main factors that we had proposed as the overriding considerations. In terms of what you are, what's in front of you today and what your authority is, there were 9 alternatives considered in the EIR. 5 of them were considered feasible. There's a mandatory requirement to consider a no project alternative, which is do nothing, which is not what we're recommending. There's a preservation alternative, which has been suggested by some of the speakers today, which would be to keep this building that's there and have it repaired and restored to the best of our ability. In that case, it's questionable whether or not the historic character of that building would remain, but that's for historians and the Board of Supervisors may potentially to consider. There was other alternatives that included the reduced height that was recommended by the staff, which would be the Lagaretta design that's 5 feet less than the originally evaluated project. There's a project integration option that would be to follow the Secretary of Interior standards by maintaining some of what the building is now, repairing it, keeping some of its character defining features, and adding on to it in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. So that could end up being a larger structure with some of the original character of the home preserved. And then there was another alternative altogether that was keep the existing house, have it restored and repaired, and build another house next to it or on the same site. That would be something. And so some of that has to do with environmentally sensitive habitat, historic preservation, viewshed considerations. These are all parts of the Del Monte Forest land use plan that are being balanced here, as well as the existing conditions of the site.
And so we can choose one of those options to approve, but we can't force for one of those options to be acted on.
Yes. I mean, you could approve a project, but that may not be carried forward by, it doesn't, we can't force someone to carry out a project. But there is a code enforcement case still open that requires the ongoing mothballing plan. So there would need to be some resolution at some point through that process.
Okay, and then and the option number 9, which is the reduced height alternative, which would completely demolish the Connell house, would reduce the maximum height of the proposed single family residence by 5 feet from 30 feet above natural grade to 25 feet above natural grade. That's the recommendation that you've laid out, given the realities of the situation and the discussion and recommendation that came from Planning Commission.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So
Supervisor Adam, and go to the church.
thank you. So we've gone through this so much. So can you just tell me if I move a resolution of denial or actually of an intent to grant the appeal and then have the staff come back with a resolution of denial, what would be the next steps for Ms. Metapor? What would be her options?
If the board, if we were to draft the resolution for denial,
to grant the appeal. Mhm.
yes, and the board were to approve that denial resolution, I believe her only remedy would be, I'd have to verify. I don't know if a denial is appealable to the Coastal Commission. I don't think it is. So her only remedy would be to go to court.
Or she could go back and look at the 9 options and then she would be able to decide what it is that she wants to do with the house. Would that be correct?
Yes, that would be an alternative to the project as proposed now.
And if I could interject, I'm sorry. I just want to make this clear for the record. You're having a few things before you today, and this is pursuant to Monterey County Code Section 2086-070. That's an action by the Board of Supervisors on appeal. You're hearing this appeal de novo. You're making a decision on the 3 appeals, and you're also making a decision on the applicant's project. And that's been presented to you through these alternatives in the EIR. And then the last piece is if you decide to approve any portion of the project, you're making the appropriate environmental review findings as well. So it is a lot before you. But I just wanted to make that point clear.
And granting the appeal would not be approving the EIR, correct?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. Okay.
You could certify the EIR and denial does not require environmental review, but the EIR could be acted on separately from the project if that were the desire of the board.
So I feel like we've just gone on and on and on, and that we need to move forward. And so I would I'd like to have a resolution of intent to grant the appeal and have staff come back with the resolution for denial. That's a motion. I'm making a motion to grant the appeal.
I want to be clear, when you say the appeal, are you talking about all three appeals?
Yes.
And then I guess for county council, what would be a next step if it's coming back?
That's
I don't want to rehear this, everything that we went over through today at a subsequent hearing. So
You'd be voting on the resolution of intent, and then staff would have to return with the resolution supporting.
a denial.
Yes.
Okay. And can any direction be given? I don't know if there's any preferences or does directions on any from the board, can that come signaling any preferences on one or more of the alternatives?
I have a question that might help me onto that.
Okay, and then she could respond. Go ahead, Supervisor Church.
So whether being relatively new on here, I mean, my colleagues or staff can assist, but how significant is it? How often is it that the Coast Commission goes and contacts us when we have something before us without us reaching out to them?
Not uncommon.
Not uncommon. Thank you. That's.
So the question would be if we want to have included in a motion any direction to staff when they do come back to perhaps present what we would prefer in terms of an alternative for this project.
That is an option. Another option today is that you discuss those alternatives today and give direction on those alternatives and deny the appeals.
Okay. I don't know if my colleagues have any preferences in terms of alternatives at this.
It seems to
today.
me, though, if we just do, if we don't give any direction, I feel like it's better for the applicant, because then she'll be able to come back and make her own decisions on what she would like to see. After she goes through all of this.
Well, I think the difference is that if she looks at those alternatives and brings that back, then at least before this board, it might be one alternative that we do not favor, and it would save a lot of time and give some greater clarity for her about what this board envisions or would favor among those alternatives. Yes. Well, we're not going to go back to public comment. We're doing deliberations among us at this point in time. So Supervisor Church?
Yeah, I just, going back to the Coastal Commission, it seems they're stating to us that the expansion of this dwelling or the proposed dwelling is not something that they're looking at too favorably. So I, throw that out there as a consideration. One of the options is to keep within the framework of the current dwelling.
And I would look to staff. I think that was that alternative 6, looking at trying to rebuild under the same existing development footprint. Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm looking to anyone else.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding. So so Supervisor Adams just made a motion to grant the appeal to deny anything, which would leave our
The 3 appeals.
to grant all 3 appeals, to deny any project moving forward. And you said that gives the property owner the opportunity to conduct, but what we're also being asked to is otherwise we could, we would be moving forward to give direction to proceed with one of the, we would be approving one of the alternative options so that the property owner could move forward. And I think that's what the property owner is looking for is, what is approved to move forward. And what I hear the Coastal Commission saying, what I think I hear this board saying, is that we don't like how we ended up in the situation that we're in today, but that the reality is that there's a house that is in decrepit condition, that something needs to happen here. And so option 6 would be a reduced project. It's not what staff is recommending, but it would be an alternative to completely demolish the existing property, reducing the size of the proposed single-family residence to stay within the existing developed footprint, to avoid building heights that extend above the ridgeline. The remainder of the parcel would be restored to native dune habitat. So I want to make sure I hear you saying we would give some direction about where we want to go forward, or what we're allowing to be move forward. And, in some perfect world, I think option one says we preserve the property. And ideally the property would have been preserved to begin with. I don't understand how vandalism as it's been described could have occurred. I don't understand how there aren't police reports. I don't understand how there isn't, action that was taken. If our fence fell down at my house and our insurance company came in and there's a bunch of reports and there's a whole bunch of documentation around that. So I'm baffled by this. I can't reconcile or make sense of it. But the reality is that there's a property that's in decay. I don't know that preservation, we could choose that. It's pretty clear to me that that's not a path that anyone's going to follow or will actually happen. So we'll be back in a situation, into the future. So I think I'm just trying to say, like, what are the realities that exist in front of us? How do we move forward? Alternative 6 seems like a potential alternative that allows us to move forward.
And I would say I agree with that at this time. Like I said, there was some negligence in allowing or lack of care for this property. Like I said, if it was anybody's homes, we would be really trying to address those quickly, add additional security so it wouldn't keep happening over and over and over. And I think ideally it would be great to be able to restore this historic building as our local preservation have pleaded to us. But the damage is significant, and I don't know if that's possible or the expense of having to try to save a home that's perhaps now structurally unsound. And so I would favor that though as an option, but probably more favor working on a new, if it has to be a new home, working within the same development footprint in alternative 6. Anyone else? We're asking for this direction to perhaps signal to the applicant where they want to go, because
I just have to say that I remain concerned about the original property. I might go along when it comes back. I'm going to say I need to be convinced that it really isn't salvageable. I'm hearing you, but for me, I know option 3. I mean, again, we runs into the ESHA issues with adding another property there while preserving the original. I get that, but that was kind of my preferred. But I heard for you, ESHA was a primary concern. So hearing where there's a majority, I might be able to go along just as we're trying to give general consensus. I want to remain that I do have a major concern about removing the original home.
So do you prefer number 1?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I do. But I might be able to settle at 6 when it comes back. So I think it's between 1 and 6 for me as it comes back.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm not disregarding number 1 either. Honestly, I sit within the footprint. So there's several options, rebuild this, I think it's unlikely anything's going to get approved that goes beyond this footprint when it goes to the Coastal Commission. That's real clear. And I'm trying to take that direction into what we do so that we're constructive.
So maybe for today, it'd be helpful.
I want to hear from Supervisor Adams, last person to hear just on preferred alternatives. 1 or 6?
I would go more for 1.
Okay.
I guess I just want to make sure that, from the county's perspective that yes, we can choose that we can say we would like to see option 1. We potentially could reconcile ourselves into option 6 if that's the only, path forward. But from a property rights perspective, which we heard a lot of comment from community members saying, people have the right to develop their property how they want. And maybe that's a legal question. Is that a viable? How can we, what are the factors that we need to consider when giving that direction, or if we do proceed with option 1?
Yeah, so I think that on an appeal, the board can grant the appeal and modify the project or the direction. So that would be granting the appeal or appeals, and providing direction to bring back a resolution for denial with some direction to pursue different alternatives in the EIR. That those alternatives are not completely designed and or ready to act on at this point. So I think it would have to be at that level, and the direction would be helpful to incorporate as part of the resolution coming back.
So can a direction include two options to consider? And that way we don't have to keep deliberate on this today, but perhaps when staff does come back to really look at alternatives number 1 and 6. And that way there's two options, and that allows also the applicant to weigh in with staff before this comes back on those two options that the board seems to want to further analyze and favor. Now, please.
I was just going to ask, do you want to continue this to a date certain, or will it be noticed again?
If it's a date certain, I think we would like 4 weeks on vacation. We're going to need a moment to answer that. I think date certain is always useful to avoid having to renotice and to keep it on our radar.
You want to go June 13th?
You're going to be in town June 13th. You'll be out till June 2nd. How about later in June?
The following week, June 20th?
Yes.
Actually, that was canceled. It's June 27th.
Okay.
So we have a motion then to grant the appeals and request staff come back looking at alternatives 1 and 6. I guess that does mean that we are denying
Yes.
It's a resolution of intent, and then
Resolution
staff
of
will
intent.
be returning on June 27th with the resolution supporting
exactly what she
supporting
said.
those actions, and then looking at the two alternatives you've given direction on today.
Okay, we're clear?
Yep.
All right.
The only, just because, I like to throw a wrench in things. Number 7 is basically, is kind of in between 1 and 6. Because it talks about keeping the footprint with the Nitro design. And it's just to give us options, suggesting that as a possibility.
7.
I'm not hearing
It's not in
a
the
second for that.
It's reading. Alternative 7 says the alternative would include completely demolishing the Connell house, but would redesign the proposed single-family residence to echo Richard Nitro's design for the new development. The remainder of the parcel would be restored to native dune habitat. So would that be within the existing footprint?
That's the way I'm
That's how you're
reading it,
reading
and
that?
that's my intent here.
Okay,
of throwing
yeah, I
it
would
up.
say so long as it's within the existing footprint, sure.
Anyone else to have a majority? Because I think the more we narrow it, otherwise we're adding all the options all over, I'm putting them all on the table again.
Can I keep my
yes.
motion? Then I
Yes.
believe I made the motion to have it be at just 1 or 6,
Right.
coming back at the end of June.
Yeah, you could decide
Is
whether you
there a
want to accept the
second?
friendly amendment or not.
Is there a second on the motion?
There hasn't been a second yet.
Well,
So
I
I'll
will second
the
it.
motion.
Okay, you're second. Go ahead.
Seconding it without the friendly amendment.
Well,
Yeah, just 1 or 6. And if they want to come back with number 24, they can do that. But at this point, we're recommending that they look at 1 and 6.
Right.
can they come back with other options? I mean, I thought we're narrowing it down to 1 and 6, aren't we? Yeah,
That's what we're signaling. Obviously the applicant could always talk about modifications to any of these and bring back when it comes to us on the 27th.
well, okay. I'm just throwing, I said 7 in there is kind of a middle, but
I
it may
don't
not be
like that it
support on the
Took
board.
it totally down.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Abstentions. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We'll see everybody on the 27th of June. Okay, we're going to keep this meeting moving. We're going to item number 19, County Administrative Officer comments. CAO De La Rosa.
We're starting to work on the shelter not Pajaro, Watsonville at the fairgrounds. We're still transitioning folks to housing. So we anticipate the tentative closure date for that site will be the 15th of May. And that's all I have.
And for our CEO, will that be conveyed to the public, the people of Pajaro, the press? Yes.
Yes, and it will include a little bit of summary in terms of what work has been done to seek housing and then engage people into services as well.
And could we just share about how many people are still there?
There's
Working
still-
to get people into more permanent housing?
It is between 40 and 50.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Okay, we're gonna move, there's no new referrals today, so we're gonna go to item 21. This is a report on a referral on the regional soccer complex grant opportunities. Because there is a couple of opportunities to support this. And Lindsay, if we could clear the table there so we could move to this next item. Thank you, Lindsay. You squeezed in there.
Thank you.
It's a tighter chamber for sure. Yes, we had grant her permission to share her screen.
Oh, she's going back there.
Yeah. And this referral is coming because there's a grant deadline, I think, next month, and that's what was the urgency. Otherwise, we could have tabled this till next meeting. Okay, thank you. Members of the audience, if we could focus back on the next presentation. Thank you. Go ahead. Who's going first? Randy or Lindsay?
We'll start.
Go ahead, Mr. Ishii.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And with me today is Lindsay Rabel, Chief of Facilities. We are co-presenting on this item, which is our preliminary analysis report response to board referral number 2023.09. As a matter of the record, there was a typo in the original board report and item, a little bit of confusion there. This item is 2023.09, not 2023.08. With that formality out of the way, the item that we're presenting before you is the preliminary analysis report response to the referral that we received. And so the format for today's presentation will be a brief of the background of the referral, the process that staff went through in terms of the grant summary, and then we'll open it up for recommendations and options, and then open up to the board for questions and comments. And as we go to the next slide, hand over to you, Lindsay.
Right. Thank you, Director Ishii. The board referral 2023-09 is a request for county staff to assist with the application for the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant in collaboration with the Salinas Regional Sports Authority. The grant deadline is quickly approaching of June 1st, 2023. So we are seeking direction from the board. The authority has stated that they're willing to take lead on the application. That means a majority of the grant writing, the development of the project. However, the county will be responsible for reviewing the application as well as the budget. And then it will require a board resolution that will affirm that the county has matching funds from eligible sources and can finance 100% of the project. Now, the project development is still in development, but we have at the time of the writing, 8 million. But again, that is to change based on the development of the project. And then finally, there was two parts to this referral that requested a second application or a grant for staff to consider a joint collaboration with authority. Staff will come back at a different time once the details of that that grant is released by the National Park Service. So a couple items to consider is that the grant requires the landowner, in this case, the county, to be the lead applicant. A bit of a history on this. The county owns this property. It is leased to the city of Salinas and it is subleased to the soccer authority. It is 50 acres within an 84-acre parcel that extends from about where the share center is, about that area there, all the way up to the regional soccer the complex where it hits Constitution. It is in a 90-year lease with the city of Salinas. They then have sublet it to the authority. The intent of this was to meet the purpose of the city, the county, Salinas, and authority MOU with to expand or to promote recreational activity within the city.
The project, as soon as staff received the referral, we started meeting with the authority on the project development. At the time, at this time, the proposed project includes many recreational features. It would include the addition of 7 natural grass soccer fields, sand soccer fields and volleyball courts, a restroom building, a playground structure, a bioretention ponds for drainage along the Gabilan Creek. And also notable is a perimeter concrete pathway that would be a multi-use trail that would connect to their existing trail system, but would also connect into the Salinas regional trail system that would promote mobility throughout the community.
And so in terms of the process, staff performed research and immediately engaged with the state's representative on this grant. And in doing that research and finding out more about this grant opportunity, there were several elements that were discovered. One of those was that the applicant must be the real property owner. Since the county is the owner of the property, the county would then need to be the applicant for this grant. Another point was that if awarded this grant, the county would be responsible for the entire soup and nuts of the grant administration, including the grant compliance, the documentation that's needed as follow-up and reporting for the grant, and the reimbursement procedures. Secondly, the county would need to perform the construction procurement, i.e. Go out to public bid for the construction work, and then also have the construction management services to oversee the contractor to assure accountability and accuracy of the installations. And lastly, a conservation easement would need to be placed on the project site of approximately 16.1 acres in perpetuity. Another element of the grant application is that there is the 50% funding match requirement, i.e. local match, that Chief of Facilities Larable had mentioned earlier. And since the estimated project cost at this juncture is $8 million, what that would mean is that the state grant would fund up to $4 million of the grant request, and the balance of which of approximately $4 million would have to be that local match. It is staff's understanding and working with the authority that the authority is willing to explore various opportunities to fund this $4 million portion, ranging from a suite of either donations or loans or other financing mechanisms. Staff would also like to acknowledge that it's been indicated to us that the authority may be open to cash flowing the entire amount in terms of acquiring some type of financing mechanism that could fund the entire grant amount. As noted in the final bullet point, this grant requires the grantee, i.e. the county, in this case, to cash flow the entire project. And what that would mean is that $8 million would need to be in hand in order to perform the project itself. So in referencing the authority's openness earlier, they have indicated that that $8 million cash flowing is something that they could look into and explore. Staff doesn't want to speak for the authority, and we have representatives of the authority here, but those are some options that are available.
Great. Thank you very much for that presentation. We're going to go.
We have one more slide.
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
please.
We're looking for the recommendations and the options. So staff to seek direction from the board today, we provided or created 3 options for the board to consider. Option 1 would be for the county to apply for this June 1st for this grant by the June 1st application. That would mean the county would assume duties per the grant requirements to manage and implement. It would require subsequently for the county to amend the MOU and the lease agreements. Added as a funded 5-year CIP, again, tying back to that resolution that states the county will cash flow the project, and file a conservation easement per the requirement. If the grant award if we are awarded the grant. Staff would estimate approximately $30,000 in staff time, about $15,000 in this fiscal year. We do have to spend time working to review the grant, again, developing the project budget and filing it, and then the board reports that require the resolution. Another $15,000 to work after in the next fiscal year to amend the MOU and lease agreements. And then it would increase to 435 in total. And the reason why is that if we are awarded the grant application, staff is required to implement to the project, which means staff has to include their time within the project. considering the scale of the project, about, 7 to 8 million, I guess, still to be determined. That'd be about $400,000 in staff time, which proportion with a proportion of which may be reimbursed, eligible from the grant. And then the last part of it is the direct staff to come back with more detail on that second grant opportunity, the Outdoor Legacy Partner Program, when the National Parks releases more information. Option 2 is to request that staff delay this for another year. This is an annual grant opportunity. And at that point, direct staff to coordinate with the city, then to quit claim or grant deed the property. So the city can then pursue future grant opportunities with the authority, as they are now the new property owner. This would require staff to go through appraisal, survey, subdivide, file required documents, and again, amend MOU and lease agreements to now reflect this new arrangement. Staff estimates the total cost of $25,000. And the last part of that is to then direct staff to come back with more detail on that second grant opportunity when more is released. And the third option is to either rescind or modify this referral. So that concludes staff's presentation, and we welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you. And if we could invite a representative from the Salinas Regional Sports Authority to come speak. I know Jonathan Deanda and Catherine Zabriskie Evans and others are here. If you want to speak very quickly, because we're running out of time here.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Board of Supervisors. As you know, my name is Jonathan Deanda, Monterey County resident, as well as soccer complex manager. So I'm here today to voice my support for SRSA's proposal to collaborate with Monterey County on this grant opportunity. Our community values open green spaces for various reasons, including providing opportunities for our youth, recreation, and supporting their emotional and mental health, especially after the pandemic and the recent storms. So the national recommendation is to have 5 acres of open green space for 1,000 people. Unfortunately, we fall below that standard in our community. And if approved, this grant application will enable us to develop 7 new natural grass fields, as you've heard today, in addition to the sand pit and other additions that will provide open green space to our community. Additionally, it'll promote healthy lifestyles, encourage positive development for our youth, and offer family-friendly environment. So, these additions will have a positive impact for many years to come, and I strongly urge you to support this proposal. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. We'll go to, just let me see if there's, can we continue with public comment now? And then we'll bring it back for the board for direction. So we'll go to public comments. We'll allow a couple minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Catherine Kabrinsky Evans. I have been on the board of the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex Sports Authority since 2008. That puts me at 15 years. And I'm thrilled that we are considering that Monterey County deserves federal and state funding for all kinds of projects, obviously. Oftentimes our limited size causes us to miss out, and the money doesn't come to us. It goes to bigger jurisdictions, bigger cities, and we got to go after it. We have to be going after these grants on a regular basis, especially for worthy projects that allow our community to be outside and recreating and safe with their families. The application process is expensive, which is unfair for a jurisdiction that can't necessarily afford it, or organizations that can't afford it. I mean, if we win, it's like almost $500,000 worth of expenses. We will figure out a way to have the grant pay that, but what if we don't get it? So there is some risk to be considered. But I think it's necessary to win these competitive grants, and I hope that you will agree that it's worth going after them. Finally, I just want to express my gratitude to Supervisor Alejo, who's just been such a tip of the spear for us, a great leader and supporter, and also Lindsay Larabel and her team, we've just learned so much. It's been a great process so far. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Please, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Edwin Hermosillo, Operations Coordinator for the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex and local resident. Obviously here in support of the Salinas Regional Sports Authority, request to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to take the lead in a joint grant application to the Land and Water Conservation Fund. The complex is a hub for outdoor sports activities and has become an important part of the region's cultural identity and an important economic driver. This phase of project development will include, as mentioned, 7 new regulation sized grass fields, sand pit, which will include beach soccer, beach volleyball, as well as children's play area accessible, perimeter walking, jogging path with outdoor fitness stations and shaded rest benches, a restroom building, hardscape pathways, landscape areas, and bio retention areas. With these additions annually, the complex will increase equitable access to healthy recreation and enjoyable outdoor experiences for tens of thousands of youths and families throughout our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in chambers? Anyone else online? Okay, we'll bring this back. I just wanted to thank.
Through the chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Ishi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just as a point of clarification on our presentation, in terms of that option number 2, it should be noted that while this land has an estimated value somewhere around $14 million for the county, the appraisal on that land would better tease out the true value of that land. So thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. I want to thank both you and certainly Lindsay Lorable for her work on this. This is a deadline that's important, that is fastly approaching. And again, this is a competitive grant, so it's not guaranteed. This is only putting our hat in the ring, hoping that we will, if we could be successful and get nearly $4 million, that would give us a great challenge locally to raise the rest. And they've been doing a lot of fundraising already, but that would certainly be a major victory to get $4 to $8 million to go into the next phase of that soccer complex and really turn what is right now a blighted property with weeds into something beautiful for the community, for the youth of this community. And so I want us to hopefully be able to be competitive and do our best, make our best effort to try to draw in those dollars for the youth and the families of Salinas and throughout the region as well. Any other comments from colleagues?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to the clarification on the authority estimates the project costs around $8 million, which would require a $4 million grant match. And we're hearing that the authority would raise the match dollars. Do we have to have those match dollars raised before or the 8 million, even the initial 8 million, we have to have that if we were to apply for the grant deadline of June 1st, 2023? And do we have that, and where does that come from? Because I know we've fully expended our cannabis, our contingency, all the things.
The requirement of the grant is that the board will provide a resolution that states they have the ability to fund the entire amount that we are asking for. So that will happen before June 1st. We have worked with the budget office on that amount, and they have not been able to identify a funding source. So we seek direction from the board that would allow us to encumber that $8 million and put it into the CIP as a funded project.
Maybe Jonathan or Catherine could just elaborate, because if it's an $8 million project, the grant would pay for half, right? And so they would have the matching 50% match would come through the Sports Authority. Through the Sports Authority to the county to cover that other 50%.
Yes, that's correct. And like mentioned in the presentation, the Sports Authority is also we can raise that the $4 million, but we could have the ask for the $8 million through the loan to have the $4 million through a loan to have that to have it in hand. So yeah, it would come through the Sports Authority.
Does the Sports Authority have that money now, or the Sports Authority would need to raise that money?
We would need to raise that money.
We need to raise that money.
Correct.
Okay. So I guess I'm just reflecting on some other promises that the county's been made in terms of money that would be raised to support other projects that has yet to materialize. And given that we have expended much of our discretionary funding, I do feel a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we're responsible if we were to pursue this. So I guess I would look to our CAO for assurances, or if we have budget staff on the line for how we would structure this so that we could of course, we want to support leveraging state dollars. Of course, we want to support the Sports Authority. I think that's been a commitment that's shared by my colleagues here. So please don't misinterpret my comments, but $8 million is significant. Even if we are talking about putting it into the CIP and using CIP dedicated funds, we have a number of other projects that are significant and expensive coming down the pipe that fund our that are required to deliver our mandated core services. I just want to make sure I'm understanding how the finances of this would be proposed to work.
I think the resolution itself commits the county to, cash flow the 8 million from the start. Of course, there's still a competitive process, so the selection would be the issue. The problem is I did reach out to our budget team, and they are on the line and trying to identify the resources. That's where the task is really going to be, because we don't have resources identified at this time. And there is that requirement that we do have to make that commitment. So I did ask Ezequiel to look into it, and he could probably speak closer in terms of what options may be available in terms of finance.
Mr. Vega?
Yes, thank you for that, board members and members of the public. Ezequiel Vega, County Budget Director, as indicated by Ms. De La Rosa. I've been looking at the potential options, and unfortunately, we have expended all of our discretionary revenues for the current fiscal year. And for the next fiscal year, even if we were to have some discretionary ability, the ability that we will have will be in terms of contingencies, and that will probably not be a good solution for this project. So it will be a challenge for the county to identify specific sources. So if the county was to apply for these funds and the funds are awarded, then the county will have to front the dollars from its cash reserves with a specific funding identified. And this will mean that we will have to increase appropriations for a specific budget unit, incur the cost to the county, and then incur the risk of potentially not having the funds raised by the authority or anything like that. So it will be a significant risk for the county. So I haven't been able to identify any specific funding source to be able to cover this. I'll continue looking, but it is a significant risk to the county. I will say that. And I know this is a valuable project for the community, but it's something that as of today, I cannot identify any specific unallocated discretionary revenue for this project.
So go ahead.
No, I was just going to elaborate that this is, at this point, we're just putting our application in. We don't even know yet if we're going to even be successful in drawing in these dollars. So I would hate for us to not move forward on a competitive application when we might not even be granted this down the road. So I would just want us to make sure that we're making ourselves competitive by getting our application in by the June 1st. And if we are granted, then we could work through some options in the next budget cycle. Supervisor Adams.
Yes, I wanted to just ask Catherine a question because I think I might have misunderstood when you indicated you were talking about that if in fact just applying for the grant could cost about $500,000.
No, applying, winning, and then having the county administer the grant can be, I think Lindsay estimated about 480,000.
Okay.
So that's a lot of steps between here and there, but obviously the county has already incurred some cost just taking us to this point. But the idea is that this application goes actually first to the state. They review and they pass their favorite projects on to the feds. So we've got a pretty long process before it's determined that we're even likely to win. And in the meantime, our funding activities are revving up. We've got all of the local foundations are lined up, ready to help. We have absolutely no doubt that we're going to be able to receive the 4 million matching. So, not by June 1st, but.
So do you think by June 1st of 2024?
Maybe Lindsay can answer when we might find whether we got the grant or not.
Well, no, if we did not apply for the grant this year, but intended to apply for it next year and spent the interim time between this year and next year, June 1, raising the funds so that we knew that we were going to have the funds available when we applied for the grant, that we would already have the funds in hand.
Well, I think if the grant process is as time consuming as I think it is, then if we wait until June of 2024, we're not likely to see those funds until 25, till late in 25. So we're just pushing back something that, I mean, to me feels very urgent. And I would hate to, that may be the case. We may not fly in the first round and we may be applying again next June anyway. But I'm hoping that we can go forward now because time is of the essence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I like this project. It's necessary. It's a good idea. I have some of the financial apprehensions as well. The other thing that caught my attention is that it goes to conservation for perpetuity, and that's a long time. We kind of have that problem a little bit with Laguna Seca. So I just want to know, is there any other? There has to be other other sources of funding as possible too. Are there any others? I guess that's the question I should really put out there. And I'm not saying, up against this because of this particular clause, but it does throw up a yellow flag in my mind because I don't like to tie future generations down. This is the middle of town. 50 years from now, there might be some other needs, and I just think it's important to let those who are here past us to have some flexibility.
And, County Council Gerard.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. A question on the 8 million. When do we have to represent that we have the 8 million in hand? Do we have to represent it in the application or only to receive the funds if awarded? Question for staff.
CAO De La Rosa.
I'm reviewing the resolution. And the resolution actually has to certify that the applicant has the matching funds from eligible sources and can finance 100% of the project, half of which may be reimbursed. And that's the resolution that would be adopted to move forward
right now.
So the board would need to identify a source of funding in order to adopt that resolution in order to even apply. I just wanted to make that point. I was hoping that we could just demonstrate it if awarded, which would give us more time, but apparently we have to represent we have the money in hand.
And Mr. Rabel, is there some alternatives to address that later, or does it have to be submitted the way the language reads now?
We confirmed with the state asked to be submitted as written and is provided as exhibit in the board report. If I may, through the chair, I would just like to add that OGALS, that's the state agency, has stated there's a 6-month review period. So we should know within 6 months if we've been awarded grant, which will be midway through our fiscal year 24.
Okay. Any others on this?
Yeah, Chair, if I may, I'm not
Yes.
the budget office, but maybe Public Works could look at the current CIP and do a temporary reallocation of a project subject to being reimbursed at a later time. I mean, that could be one option to do a budget adjustment to make funds available temporarily.
Yeah, Liz, I think I will caution against that. I'm sorry for speaking out of term because there are in a lot of terms restrictions on how those funds could be used, specifically for the CIP. So I will caution against that, but I'll let Public Works speak about whether they have flexibility to that effect or not.
But what we want to look at other options rather than rushing to a decision. Maybe today, looking at whether we could look at some of those alternative options, internal borrowing within the county that might be able to just to allow us to certify. And that gives us more time for us to work with the sports authority to secure that other 50% match.
I hate, sorry, go ahead, Ezekiel.
Yeah, sorry for that. So I think that's something that we could look at, Supervisor Alejo. We will look at potential options and see if borrowing is something that the board will be entertained of doing, is something that we could look at for a temporary loan. Also, we have to look at if we get awarded this grant, when will the loan take effect, from what sources, and then what type of interest rate will be applied to this loan, if applicable. And also, we will have to make sure that we understand that the county could be at risk of the entire amount if for example, the match is not raised as indicated by the organization, by the authority. I know that they have made this commitment, but there is a potential risk there as well. So the county could be left with holding the bag for the whole amount also for the match. So I think something that we have to consider, but we will look at any option that you direct as a board. We will look at that. If you are looking at internal borrowing, we will look at that. We will look at potential cash flowing from different funds or different funding sources. So I'm open to the direction that you may provide.
Thank you. Because I think any agreement could be crafted in a way to, even if we're granted, provided the grant, agreement could be structured so that it only moves forward if we're able to secure the other 50% of the match. And I think that's the intent from the very beginning with our conversations with the Sports Authority, that this would not be something that would be taken away from other resources from the county, but to be a win-win, to get the state money and have the Sports Authority to be able to provide the other 50% for this. I think that's the intent coming from the board. Yes.
Question, would the grant cover the internal costs that it would cost the county to maintain and run the program? Would that be part of the grant?
The grant will cover staff's time to construct it. There is conservation easement. There's monitoring that happens. The grant will not cover that. And we would hope that we could write that into the lease agreements between the city and the authority. However, if those were to at some point be terminated, the county would be responsible for that conservation easement monitoring.
And conservation easement monitoring includes what it costs just to run the fields. Who's going to pay for that? Would that be covered by the grant, or would that be covered by the authority? I know, I'm sure, it's probably not a question for us internally, but I just want to make sure that the administrative costs of this program would be absorbed by the grant rather than in addition to the 8 million. We'd have to look for ongoing expenses, ongoing income to pay for the expenses of running it.
Supervisor Adams, those questions that look long into the future would still have to be developed and worked on over time. Near term, what we're aware of is that there are certain costs through the grant administration process and constructing the project that are reimbursable in the here and now. And while some of those costs may be covered, there could be those in the future that someone will have to look into as to how those are funded.
Thank you.
Sheriff, if I may, the
Yes.
MOU with the city and the authority provides that the county shall have no responsibility for any costs associated with the development of the sports park. So
Thank you.
That's something to remember.
Yes, thank you. An important point. So I'm just trying to see here if we need more time then to look at some of these other options just to deal with that particular language in the application, and that would still give us 2 weeks. So we're bringing it next week to give us 2 weeks before the grant deadline.
Chair, why don't the board direct that staff continue to work on the application and direct the budget office to research the available funding so it all comes back and you're ready to act.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That will be my motion then. Is there a second?
Happy to second that.
We could bring that back next week to look at those other options to deal with the issues that were raised here today. Any further questions on this? Yes.
Yeah, I just, the way that this is right in here, that we would be giving option A, and this is slightly different direct motion that you just made, but to include sorry, I just lost it. And if awarded to be adopted as a funded project in the 5-year capital improvement plan, estimated amount of $8 million. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that the funding that we would be identifying would not be I think we have a process that we follow when we adopt our 5-year capital project list. So if we're able to identify funding outside of the projects that have already been prioritized and dedicated, and if we want to include this in the future in that prioritization, I'm comfortable with that. But I am cautious about the financial guidance that we just got from our team, so that we don't have funding available right now. If we can go find it, that's great. But I would also need to have something in writing, some sort of commitment that we're able to count on that additional $4 million in private contributions to help us cover this, being that we have expended all of our discretionary revenue as of now.
Okay, well, that'll be the goal, to try to address those next week. Any further discussion? Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we'll bring this back next week. Okay, that was only a referral. Thank you, Lindsay, and thank you, Mr. Ishii. Let's go to board comments. We'll start with Supervisor Church on this side of the dais today.
Well, last week there were 2 town halls, which I recommend my colleagues never to do. We had one in Pajaro, and it had well over 200 people, and we listened to concerns of the residents there. It went very well. People came up afterwards and expressed it to us, and I think it was really it was a little different than most community meetings that the county holds, and that it really was listening to the community, and I think it really set forth a very good template onto that. And then the next day, next evening, had one in Creek Bridge, which, to my benefit, and invited Mayor Craig and Councilmember Rocha to come, and almost all the questions were about homelessness and traffic and housing and roads, which was really the city of Salinas. So that was probably the most pleasurable town hall that I've had, because I didn't have to do too much. But we had a good 40 or so people at that too. So I bring all this up because this is 4 or 5 of them have held, and we've had 40 people turn out at every one at least, and some of these have been really focused on community. So I just really feel this great need for people to express themselves to their elected representatives and have a fairly free discussion. It's all of them are really positive. Always had people that come up afterwards and really thank for it, even if they get sometimes a little bit animated. Sometimes those are the people who are most expressive. So just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Lopez.
None today, Mr. Chair.
Just a couple of things. This week, the Association of California Water Agencies is having its conference down at the Monterey Conference Center. So we're always happy when Aqua comes to town. They enjoy a lot of good meetings, but the opportunities for learning are really wonderful at those conferences, and I'll be spending some time there this week. Friday, the Defense Language Institute is having Language Day, and that is an amazing opportunity for the public to get to come inside the gates at the Presidio and see presentations of all the various languages that are taught at the DLI. Projects, food, dancing. It's really very enjoyable, very lovely. And then finally, last Sunday, I was honored. Meals on Wheels had a special brunch and honored 3 women from our community as being women who care. And I was one of the women. So it was very nice on behalf of the county to be acknowledged as a woman who cares. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I have a couple announcements. Really exciting buzz in Marina is the opening of the pump track at Gloria Jean Tate Park. That'll be on Saturday, May 13th. The kids are thrilled. There's a bunch of bikes that are going to be given away that have been donated. And this has been a long time coming for the community of Marina, and we hope will be an attraction for many others to come visit. On May 17th, I'm hosting a town hall with Marina Mayor Bruce Delgado. Love the comments that you had, Supervisor Church, about the importance of being out in community and hearing from our residents. Really enjoy that and invite everyone to join us. That'll be in person in Marina on May 17th. And then I do want to also announce that I'll be welcoming Kamar Davis to the District 4 team as our new executive assistant. He'll be starting on May 15th. Kamar is an administrative professional that brings a wealth of experience in the public sector. His career has been shaped through previous roles at the City of Seaside, MP USD, and most recently as Deputy Court Clerk at Monterey County Superior Court. So I hope you'll all join me in welcoming Kamar when he arrives. We can't wait to be fully staffed again. So thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. And I will end with just saying that yesterday I had the honor to be invited by Cal OES to speak, be a keynote speaker at the Listos, California collaborative training in Sacramento with dozens of community-based organizations. And I am excited tomorrow to join the Salinas Union High School District on the ribbon cutting of their Alameda apartment complex, which is the first education workforce housing project in Monterey County. And we hope that it's the first of many. So we will now just go to adjourn in memory, and we have one today.
Actually, Chair, sorry to interrupt. I have 2 items I need to report out on, and we are actually going to be going back into closed session. So we will be adjourning from closed session. So let me cover the readout. First is the board authorized initiation of litigation on one matter. Second is the board authorized entering into a settlement agreement with SEIU Local 521 concerning the county's health insurance contributions.
That's it.
That's it. Thank you, Chair.
And there will be no readout from
Correct.
Closed session once we go into closed session again. Okay, Madam Clerk, will you put up the image, please? This is an adjourned in memory of recognizing the life and accomplishments of Joe Garcia Cap. Joe Garcia Cap was a Mexican-American National Football League quarterback legend who was born in Santa Fe, Mexico on March 19, 1938, and had later moved to East Salinas with his immediate family and attended Sherwood Elementary, El Salsal Middle School, and Salinas High School for his first 2 years. He was the eldest of 5 children, earned a BA, a degree in physical education from UC Berkeley in 1959. And during his college career, he led the California Golden Bears to a Pacific Coast Conference championship in 1958 and the Rose Bowl in 1959. The last year Cal football played in the Rose Bowl. After graduating from UC Berkeley, he played for the Calgary Stampeders in Canada, then moved to British Columbia Lions, where he led them to the Grey Cup appearance in 1953, followed by the first Grey Cup victory in 1964, which is the Super Bowl equivalent in Canada. In 1967, Joe Cap became the first American was in his first professional season in the NFL for the Minnesota Vikings, where he tied with 7 other quarterbacks for the record of 7 touchdowns and led the Vikings into the Super Bowl in 1969 against the Kansas City Chiefs. In 1970, Sports Illustrated described Joe Cap as the toughest Chicano on its cover of its weekly magazine. He later became the head football coach at UC Berkeley in 1982 during the very famous the play against Stanford University. Joe Cap was the only quarterback to have the distinction of playing in the Rose Bowl, the Canadian Grey Cup, and the Super Bowl. And he forged his own path in the game of football and lived in Los Gatos before he passed away last night. Joe Cap also showed courage and changed the history of the NFL when it came to unfair player contracts. Based on his own experience, Cap filed an antitrust lawsuit and challenged the NFL, claiming the standard NFL contract was unconstitutional and a restraint of trade. He won summary judgment motion after 4 years, but the jury decided not to award him damages. However, in 1977, the NFL revised its rules raised in Cap's lawsuit, and a new system was instituted of free agency. And a multi-million-dollar settlement was made between the NFL and the NFL Players Association. So it is today with great sadness to adjourn in his memory, and we extend our condolences to his family and all his many friends. And we were honored last September 2022, that Salinas Union High School District had named its athletic field at El Salsal Middle School, where he was in its first graduating class, the Joe Garcia Cap Athletic Field in honor of this distinguished alumnus. And we also want to say that his best friend was Everett Alvarez, a decorated Vietnam veteran who is being nominated late for a Congressional Medal of Honor by Congressmember Jimmy Panetta, but they were childhood best friends growing up in East Salinas. So with that, we'll adjourn in his memory and we express our condolences in memory of Joe Cap. And we want to also thank IT for also all the great work in these facilities and for helping us troubleshoot on our first day in these chambers. Good job to our facilities team and for IT for the great work converting this room. We're adjourned. Thank you.